One, two, three, four.
Sleeping while my guitar gently weeps. I look at the floor and I see it is sleeping. Still my guitar gently weeps. I don't know why nobody told you how to unfold your love. I don't know why someone had told you they wasn't so on you. I look at the world and I notice it's turning while my guitar gently weeps. Every mistake we must surely be learning. Still my guitar gently weeps.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for joining me just for a few minutes here while I take a little drive. I wanted to go over the latest release that Dan Hennon put out regarding David Crowley. Just adjust that a little bit. Okay, so what we have here is David Crowley filled out a application to be a part of the cast for a TV show called Doomsday Preppers for season 3. Excuse me. So he filled out a casting questionnaire, and I think there's a lot of good information in this questionnaire that is worth going over. And since I had a few minutes here, I figured I'd just kind of briefly touch on it and go over some of the information in this document. How about that? And try to avoid traffic and not get hit and all that good stuff is always good as well. So, Doomsday Prepper Season 3 casting questionnaire. And this is obviously filled out by David Crowley when he was 27, so about 2 years before he died. And his phone number is the old phone number, his old cell phone number ending with 0461. I believe that's the one of the phones that was turned off after Kamel's dad and David and Kamel had some type of an issue where Kamel's dad was originally paying for both of their cell phones. He was paying for David's phone and for Kamel's phone. And I think that also shows how close that Kamel's family was to David. And I think that's a big valuable point there, that they had a good relationship, so good that Kamel's dad actually gave David a car, I believe, for one of his birthdays. So that's interesting too. I believe that's a silver car that was found at the house. So David is 27 at this time. Email is the Crawls04 Gmail. The occupation, he put filmmaker, videographer, photographer. It says list your family members, name and age. Kamel 26, Rania 3. So that gives you a good idea. That would have been interesting, I think, if David would have been a part of that TV show. I don't know what the issue was, but I know that season 3 came out in October of 2013. So this had to have been filled out before then. Obviously, I don't know how much before. That's not clear from this document here, but at least a couple months, maybe even a year before. I'm not really sure. So I've never seen this show. It's on National Geographic. So if you have the Disney Plus app, you can actually watch it. And I've been thinking about maybe watching a couple of them just to get an idea of what it was like, of what the TV show was like, and how David would have fit in or how he would have not fit into that TV show. I think that will give me a better understanding of that. Moving along here, he puts his address. This is the apartment, the Bloomington apartment is where he was, and suburban kind of area. So when did you start prepping? Was there a time, event, or something significant that caused you to prep? And if you look at David's pantry, you can obviously see all of the different prepping stuff that he was involved with. I'm just gonna maneuver this. Sorry, it's just a little annoying there, but hopefully it's not too bad, and hopefully the battery doesn't die. So his answer is general awareness of world events coupled with contextual knowledge from military experience in late 2010 led to me being more concerned about general preparedness. Research for my current film project made me aware that the many prepper scenarios are far from fictitious. So that all lines up with the story with David Crowley's Gray State. Obviously, And next question, what kind of security defense training do you have? Were you in the military? David says, served in Army Infantry from 2004 to 2009, multiple combat tours. I also do ongoing firearms tactical training and have even extended this training to actors for my films. I am proficient in combat gear and field craft. Do you have any skill sets? Do you have any kind of skill sets is the next question. And his answer is obviously firearms and small unit tactics, room clearing, urban combat. That's his skill sets, urban combat. And that gives you an idea of kind of what David was doing during his tours that we've talked a lot about. And I think that's a very important thing too for David's tours. All right, next question, we're gonna go along here, is going to be we got the skill sets. How long will your food storage last? What kind of foods do you store? And it's currently have 2 years of stored food, dried goods, wheat, MREs, cans, seed banks for planting. And you can see that down in David Crowley's basement in the big pantry. There's tons of stuff like that in there. And we should all have stuff like that. 2 years is really good of storable foods. I have some storable foods that have a shelf life of like 25 years or something, but I don't know if that would last necessarily. I mean, I couldn't live off that for 2 years, but that's important to have as well. How many and what kind of weapons ammo have you stored? Do you have stored? He's got an AR-15 with 7,000 rounds, 40 cal pistols with several hundred rounds, AK-47 with 500 rounds, M1A with 500 rounds, and Remington 700 rifles with 500 rounds. That's a lot. Do you have a bug out location is the next question. If so, how far away is it from your home? Is it underground? It says my bug out location is 60 miles from my home. 60 miles from my home in the quasi countryside. It is not underground, but I'm working on it. So there is a scene in the latest, in the May 12th version of David Crowley's script, and his main character does end up going to a bug out area where he meets up with some other people from that bug out area. So I thought that that was kind of interesting, and it is kind of a countryside area as well. In the script, the main character doesn't stay there for very long, but you could tell that's the bug out area, that's the safe zone for him. So I thought that was interesting. What kinds of alternative energy do you have? And it says presently none. However, my budget location has multiple propane tanks and a wood stove heater hookup. So that's good too. It's got something ready. Is there anything, let's see, is there anything else you are stockpiling that is not mentioned above? Medical supplies, comfort items is what he says. Medical supplies, comfort items, canned goods, books, knowledge, fuel treatment additives. Currently on a rotation cycle with clothing and footwear to maintain a supply of broken in but usable items, cash and silver. So that's pretty good. Do you have any conflicts with friends or family about prepping? This is a very important question. And it's just, he just says, general eye rolling, resistance to cooperation. And I think for the season, I think they like that. I have not seen the show yet, so I'm just guessing here. But I'm guessing the more conflict between the prepper and the prepper's family is generally what a show like that is probably looking for. They want to really capitalize on that to create that drama and create that TV sense. But I think a lot of the shows that David Crowley was in he was trying to get his foot into the Hollywood door. We know he was not just a filmmaker but an actor, so he was acting in several projects too. And I think, I think he would have done well in the Hollywood realm if he could have kept his morals about him. I think he would have done really well. It's not hard. I mean, it's not easy to do, obviously, but just a guess. I don't know. Let's see. Is there anything else you are stockpiling that is not mentioned? But oh, yeah, we already covered that. General eye rolling. Have you ever built anything from scratch before? If so, what is it? Now, I was hoping to hear him say about movie props, some type of props that he had built, because I had wondered about the Bohemian Grove owl statue that's in his office bedroom, and I wondered if he had, used that, or if he had built that as a prop, because on a short film called Into the Void, he is credited with a couple things, but props are also one of them. So I was just kind of guessing. Anyways, I'm still on the hunt to figure out the origin of that Bohemian Grove owl statue. I believe I've asked Mason Hendricks and maybe a couple other people, what is with that owl? Never really got a clear answer. I don't know if they know, but I just always thought that was a pretty odd thing to have in your home. So let's see. So the answer to that, he says, no, nothing I can think of offhand, but I am learning to do such things like hydroponic setup or vehicle additions. Interesting. So the next question is, what would you like to build that's unique and would make your preps better? And he says, custom vehicles stripped to rugged essentials. I want to turn my bug out location into a self-sustaining compound with water, solar, and gardening. Next question is, do you have any projects or goals you want to complete soon? Any DIY prepper tips to share? My current project is to build long-term rugged cases that hold rifles and the necessary gear, tools to switch out components for different applications. That's pretty interesting. Again, probably not something you're going to do if you're having PTSD and, about to kill your family and all that stuff. But again, it's just par for the course with some of these people and with some of this stuff that we are seeing here. So it's nothing too concerning. Let's go past this car here. Okay, last one is list the top 3 events you are preparing for, you are prepping for. And the answer is the collapse of the dollar, number 1, and the long-term societal degradation, economic depression. That's number 1, and that's a big part. That is the basis around David's script. That is the environment, the world that we are dropped into in David's script. That's where the whole thing starts. They're already there. The dollar has already fallen. Riots are happening. The government is having a hard time controlling the populace, and at the same time they are battling all of these endless wars overseas. So a lot of distractions, I guess, and more of a globalized world government than one that we see here. Number 2 is solar flares wiping out the electrical grid. That's a big one too, because I remember back in 2012, that was a huge thing that people were talking about. I remember a lot of people talking about that. Solar flares, all of a sudden the power grid, boom, it's gone. What are you going to do? All power gone. How could we live? How would we work? How would everything operate? We'd have to go back to paper. We'd have to go back to now there would be a digital revolution. All these people who, I'm sure they'd figure out a way to create other energy sources. So I don't think that the New World Order wants to do that. I don't think they want to drop the power grid, because very clearly they will see how these innovative people can come up with new ways to create power. So I don't think that they'll do that, but it's definitely possible, and it would shut things down for a lot of people for a long time. So it would be a big sign that a big takeover is coming. Number 3 would be the government crackdowns on dissenters and otherwise self-reliant people, and that's the last part of that. And that is the biggest one, I think. Government dissenters. And when they say that, you know, that's a loaded term, obviously, but you can tell what he's thinking about, what he's talking about there, because he was a United States soldier and saw a lot of different things. Comes home and sees what our government is doing here, and can see the progress of this one world order, of this power structure. And he saw it firsthand. He was part of it and chose to get out of it. So we were, but we still are very concerned about the government taking away our rights and putting people into FEMA camps, loading us up, putting us into these camps where basically we don't have any rights. And then from the camps, which is in the Gray State script too, once they're in those camps, then they're separated out into different places, and they go, you know, certain people go into this place, certain people go there. There's other places in the script where they're not really sure where people are going, but they're not staying in the camps necessarily. The camps are just kind of not a meeting ground, but basically it's where they, you know, it's right before they sort out these criminals, these people, to go into different areas, area A, area B, C, etc., etc. So it's an interesting concept, and I just, you know, I want to thank Dan Hennon for finding that, for getting that, and whoever gave it to him, I want to thank that person too. I think it's, you know, it's these little things like this that might seem, you know, like nothing, but there's a lot of good gems in there. There's a lot of good data, I think, that you know, might not necessarily answer questions, but it does give us more insight into who David was during that time and what he was doing during that time. I believe there was another TV show too that he was trying to get involved in too. So who knows? But definitely his goal was the Hollywood route, and he was moving towards that. And I think that that's very clear where David was going, where he was moving, and what the plans were, and that he was actively planning for the future, and the future was not in Minnesota. Very important stuff there. So anyways, just wanted to kind of go over that. I hope everybody gets a chance to read that. You can read that in the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, and I'd be curious to hear everybody's views. I'll try to put a link at the bottom of this video if you want to read that, download it yourself, and share your thoughts on it. You know, it's good to hear other people's thoughts. And I think for me, it's just more of him planning for the future. Less proof that he was crazy. Less proof that he had any PTSD. Again, I don't think he'd be working on all this stuff. If he did have PTSD, he would not be working on all these projects. So I think that that's a big point there as well. And until we meet again, good peeps, God bless you all, and I will see you then. Alright, and I also wanted to just kind of check in with everybody, make sure you're all doing good. I know we haven't done a conference call in a while with everything going on. You know, it's just been, there's just a lot happening right now, and I'm sure all of you are having, you know, life issues as well. And I hope everybody's doing good, staying safe, doing whatever you can to stay safe during this time. Hopefully we'll get back to normal life at some point. I believe the group is, you know, at 3,400 members right now. We've got a lot of new people posting, a lot of good posts there, and a lot of good topics. And I would just want to thank everybody who has joined, everybody who is trying to find out what the truth is in regards to David Crowley and his family. we're just going to keep on pushing on until we get the case reopened. You know, and there's nothing there. I haven't heard anything new from Jim Gummert, so I'm still waiting for that. Waiting for some updates. We just put out the Gray Stage podcast number 4, and I really enjoyed that one. Looking forward to the next one. I believe the next one, episode number 5, we're going to cover the medical examiners and the autopsies. So I hope to get everybody back involved for that podcast. I've even been thinking about maybe doing that one. That would be episode number 5. I'm thinking about doing that one live. Maybe it's a YouTube simulcast, if possible. We'll see how that goes. But I would love to be able to do one of these live here. We put a new one out every month on Anchor FM, Anchor.fm, I believe, and it syncs out to Spotify, to Google Play, to a lot of other places too. I think Stitcher, some of those, but you can always get it. You can download it. We should have somewhere on one of our websites a direct download option, but we'll work on that. It's just timing, and it's, you know, there's so much happening, and I've been looking at, like I said, laying the groundwork for a possible second book on this that kind of goes into more deeper into the topics that are mentioned there. I didn't put anything about Kenneth Maines really in there, so I think that would be good to cover all of that. Some of the conversations with Kamel's sister, maybe go into more in depth about that. The conversations I had with Mason Hendricks, there's a lot of stuff there, and a ton of other things that just for whatever reason did not make it into this particular book, to this first book. The financial records, I thought, you know, was one of the weaker points of my book. There could have been a lot more about that in there. David Crowley's phones still being paid for and operational. What happened to their cars? What happened to who owns the Gray State? That big battle, how there was some internal wars, some internal struggles between the Gray State quote-unquote team and what they were going to do with all of that stuff, with the footage. Who's running the Gray State YouTube page right now? Who's running the social media, the Facebook? Who's running all of that right now? You know, how can these people say that David Crowley is this murderer, child killer, everything, and then they want to turn around and use his project, use his stuff, and act like they had a big role in creating it and taking it to the level that it made. And if they did, then they would be able to do that with other projects. They'd be able to do that with other things, and just not seeing that. But the Hollywood aspirations of the Gray State team is very similar to what David's was, and it's very clear that that was their goal, is to get this project, Gray State, to do something big with it, to, you know, get it onto a massive level. And the TV show was working out. These guys were not going to be part of that. How were they going to explain that when people asked? You know, they'd just be on the sidelines. Everything would have been kind of quiet. One of the major things about the script, as we've talked about a couple times, is that Danny Mason's character is not in it. He's gone. He's not part of it. So I thought that was very interesting tidbit. Where's his character going? David and Danny are in this legal battle. You know, this the very early stages of a legal battle to see who is going to get the rights to what. David Crowley had no issue giving Danny Mason the rights to Danny Mason's character, because his character wasn't going to be in the script, and that's at least since May 12, 2014. Danny Mason's character is gone. Now you could say that the main character in the script is basically Danny Mason's character. You could say that. I don't know. Only David knows. But we know that the character that is in the legal documents going back and forth between David wanted Danny Mason to sign, that character is not there. So Danny Mason would have been free to do something else with that character. I don't know. That's a whole nother issue. It's just a big mess, and it's a huge mess, and we don't really know. I don't know what all of those details are. I can just say, well, this is what this document says. This is what they were talking about. There's emails going back and forth between David and Danny, and they're very hostile, and not very friendly. And it's like, is Danny Mason stalling? What is he stalling for? If that's true, is David Crowley stalling? Why isn't David Crowley being honest with Danny Mason about his character not being in it? Saying that he's going to give Danny Mason rights. Then it's with the documentary, it gets even worse, because then it's they want the documentary. Danny Mason wants it, and I'm sure a lot of the other Gray State guys want it too. And David sounds like he was ready and willing to give that up, to give them that, and a lot of the other stuff that they had already done, a lot of previous stuff. But it was, the things going forward that David Crowley was more focused on, moving forward. Again, more proof that David Crowley is moving forward. He's not looking back. He's moving forward constantly. So I think that's another big point that sometimes gets overlooked. He's moving forward. He is contemplating, turning this into a TV series. And yet, if you were to listen to what the friends told Kamel's sister, it made it seem like the project was dead. Kamel's sister probably really thought the project was dead, and that's because she listened to people that she should not have been listening to. Those were the same people that ended up tricking her when it came to Eric Nelson's film, A Gray State. And I think by that point, according to the interview I did with Kamel's friend, by that point, I think Sidra pretty much knew that these guys were not being upfront with her, and the games that they played with her and with her dad, all of that stuff. And I just think it's because they trusted these guys to be sincere, to be honest, and to really do something good with this work, and they didn't. They got burned. And so, if anybody tries to move forward, from what Kamel's sister said, if anyone tries to move forward with the project, they're going to have to deal with Kamel's family. We still don't know the details about Kamel's mom, only that she's doing better. And the chemo must have worked. Aside from that, we really don't know too much about it. So we'll just keep on pushing on, and we'll document it. We'll document all the facts, all of the lies, everything that people want to say will all be documented to make sure that it's accurate. And if it's not, they're going to get called out on it. Then it becomes, well, okay, where did this information come from? Sidra was saying that David was on the ground doing some type of a ritual. Where did that information come from? There's no evidence in that crime scene of any ritual or anything like that. Sean Wright has said that David Crowley was on the ground playing with the blood of his wife. Where is that coming from? Are they just making this shit up? So think whatever you want, but I mean, just all of the false stuff. Oh, there was footprints. Mason Hendricks, you know, they had footprints that match David. That's not true. They had fingerprints that match. That's not true. None of that is true. Kamel's sister probably doesn't know that. Probably has never read those documents. And if she has, then she should know better. She should be asking the same questions. Where in the documents where is it proven in the documents that David Crowley is guilty? That's a simple question that they all should be asking, all of them. And if you don't think that one day Kamel's family, even the younger generations, if you don't think that one day they're going to be asking those questions and demand answers, you're crazy. Of course they are. They're going to want to know. They're going to want to know. People just want to know what the truth is. Not my truth. Not your truth. They're not interested in my theories. They're not interested in your theories. They're interested in the facts. They're interested in what proves David Crowley guilty. Until you have that, you will not move. You will not be able to move on. You will continue to have the bad dreams. You will continue to have those bad thoughts, waking up, shaking. It will continue. All of that will continue. That darkness, that cloud that hovers over your family will be there until you decide that enough is enough. Let's reopen this case. Let's get some answers, and let's put some real closure to this. Let's not put a blanket over this. Let's put some closure around this case and get some closure for everybody. For all the people that love David, for all the people that loved his wife and his daughter. And, you know, for everybody who has respect for our soldiers, for every filmmaker, for every future filmmaker, for everybody who loves what David did, who loves his film, what he put out there, for everyone who cares about children, even if you don't care about David, his wife, you don't care about the movie, conspiracies, all that stuff. Don't you care about what happened to this child? I mean, to me, that's a big, big thing. What happened to this child? And why are we to believe that it's just basically David, he's guilty, and that's it? You know, I don't think that that's right. I don't think that that's fair to just jump to that conclusion and to stay there. I'll try to move over here if I can. Let's see if this works. I don't know if this will work or not. Probably not. Alright, well, I guess I'll just go ahead and wrap this part up here too, but I do want to thank you all for joining me, and hopefully we'll have another conference call coming up soon, and we'll get back on track, and we'll be able to go live one of these days. I still need to finish the little some more videos on David's script. Maybe I'll get to that Sunday. I'm not really sure. It's just all time with everything else and all the work, the regular life projects and all that stuff. It's all in progress. So, and you don't want to burn out, and you just gotta have a balanced life, balance all this stuff out, and that's it. Don't worry about what people say. I'm not a credible person. I have no credibility, so I'm not worried about that. Not worried about anything like that. Never have been, never will be, by the way. So, I just, just a funny little inside joke there. So, God bless you all. I hope you all have a great day. Stay safe. Don't do anything that I wouldn't do. Stay focused on Jesus Christ. And remember, David Crowley is innocent, because he can never be proven guilty. Nobody has proven him guilty. Let's get the case reopened so that we can get some justice for this family, and so that there can be some closure. Even if it's partial closure, would just be to say that David Crowley is not guilty. And that's where we are. And as long as we keep the case going, as long as we don't let it die out, then David Crowley remains innocent, and we win, good peeps. All right, God bless you all. Have a great day.
Yeah, let me know where we're live, guys.
Yo, what up, everybody? Welcome to Ancient Visions with me, Gaz.
and Ross from Planet X Films. Joining us today are Greg Fernandez and Dan Hennanen. And I just want to hand it over to everybody. If you could start your intros for today.
Yeah, if you guys want to set us off, Greg.
It would probably help if I unmute myself. I want to say thank you.
That would be tremendously helpful.
Hi to everybody. It's been one of those days. I can just say that there's so much happening, and I just think that this case is so relevant right now. There's a few things you could take out of this case, and just I think this will be. I hope this will be a good show. I haven't talked about the Gray State script yet, so I don't. I'm looking forward to talking about this. I'm going to grab my notes here, and I just hope everybody will keep and just think about this case. Think about David Crowley. Think about what they are telling us. Think about all of the facts that show that David Crowley is not guilty, and just keep an open mind. I'm going to open up my blinders here to get me a little more sunshine because we need that.
First things first, Greg, can you let everybody know where to find you, your Gray Stage recent book, you guys' group, and just your channels, just whatever social media, best places for people to find you guys. And we'll put them in the link as well.
Okay. I guess the best place would be to go to the Gray Stage, or go to, thegraystage.wordpress.com, and that will take you to where you can either purchase the book or you can actually download that book free. And so it was very important for people, and Dan's got the book up now, but the main thing is this is all data based on all of the documents that we got, based on photos, based on people that we personally talked to. And so I just would hope that people will read this book, and then you can come to your own conclusion about if you think David Crowley is guilty or not. But I do think that the biggest problem is that people just aren't looking at the facts of this case. They're going on feelings, and we can't do that with this. When we're talking about a former soldier who is we're told that he killed himself, he killed his wife, he killed his daughter. Hands are missing. Most of the heads are gone. His daughter's arm is completely gone. No way. There's definitely something more here.
Absolutely. And the man of the hour who pretty much pioneered a lot of the case research, Dan Hennanen, please let everybody know, introduce yourself, let everyone know where to find you.
Welcome, everybody. My name is Dan Hennanen. I created the Justice for David Crowley and a family Facebook group that many of you are already on. I can also be reached on YouTube at DM Hennanen or on my website at uglytruth.info. So, it's very interesting. The Facebook page just went over 3,000 members here in the month of March, and so this has been 5 years running that we've been running this page and this group, and it's never really hit a lull where it's been nothing going on. There's always been something going. There's been high spots and low spots, but now I think since this coronavirus came out and everyone's been quarantined and told to stay at home and in lockdown, we can hardly keep up with the number of members coming through, because I think people are watching that Netflix movie called A Gray State, and it's driving so many members to our page. So we're thankful for that. We don't endorse that documentary at all as it is propaganda, but it's certainly the direct driver to driving people to our page and to our site. So we thank you for that.
Absolutely. I mean, there's so much to cover. I mean, I'm not sure where you guys want to go directly in. I mean, Gray State, I mean, it's been covered you guys have kind of covered that a few times. So, I mean, I really only think we need to gloss over that if people have specific questions. Me personally, since I'm on the writing side, I wouldn't mind getting into the new script that Dan recently released for us in the group. You guys can check that out under files. Unless you have anything that you have any questions for the guys you want to start off with, guys. It's totally up to you guys. It's going to be free form, so.
Yeah, it's pretty free flowing. I just want to say to people as well, if they're watching now live on YouTube, you can drop your questions in the comments section. Bear in mind, my typing is really slow thanks to COVID-19. Hand is severely cracked open with all the constant washing, but I can read your questions and pop them to the guys as well. But I think the writing side of things would be a great place to start.
And I can answer the questions, even though my answer might be gibberish. So I think I'm willing to get into this screenplay because I have a lot of feedback on this, and I found it to be in a super unfinished form. Now, it's not uncommon for short films to go through 20 or 30 like completely full 100% revisions. So, and we really don't know what status this was. I mean, I guess Dan, if you want to start us off with any extra information you have on the two revisions that you were able to obtain.
So for the newer listeners out there that aren't familiar with it, the Gray State was a project with David Crowley and a group of individuals that got together to work on a movie, an actual film. And so what they did was they didn't make a film, but instead produced a trailer, a 2.5-minute trailer that they released to the internet on YouTube, and to this day has how many? Over 2 million views on that.
Yeah, I think it's north of 3 last time I checked.
Over 3 million. So it's done very good, very professionally, and it was out there. And then they were using that trailer to pitch for investors and pitching it to Hollywood producers to see who would pick up on it and fund them to be able to get it out there and get it into what they wanted to have it go on the big screen. Have it be a Hollywood movie. Well, they didn't get the funding, and it was never made into a movie. So David Crowley and his family were killed before that happened. So the question was, on our page, most of the questions that come in as new members are saying, can you send us a link to the movie? Can you send a link to this? We want to see the movie. Well, Greg and I and others on the page, the first thing we got to say is to make sure that they understand that there is no movie. They never made the movie. Now, the Gray State Group made a documentary that was released a couple years after the deaths called Gray State: The Rise.
Right.
So they have a documentary called The Rise. And then as a propaganda piece, the media came in and got some guys from Hollywood to make a documentary about this Gray State case, the David Crowley case. Mm-hmm. That's called A Gray State. And it's got nothing to do with us. Greg and I, we happen to be in it for a couple of short sentences in the documentary, but it was pitched to us that they were going to really expose this case and blow the lid off what really happened in this documentary.
Yeah, big deep dive.
Much like what I was expecting after seeing the movie Soaked in Bleach about Tom Grant and the Kurt Cobain case, where there's so many movies and documentaries done on the Cobain case, and some are misinfo, some are disinfo, and finally this movie Soaked in Bleach came out on an actual documentary that got into the facts that proved Kurt Cobain didn't kill himself. So when we got proposed, approached to do this documentary that was really going to really open things up, I, for one, jumped at the chance. Greg was more hesitant, thinking, we might be being used and being thrown on the bus on this whole case. And so ultimately, he was right, because they did use us to focus on, to discredit us as conspiracy theorists who don't know what we're doing. And they put in a bunch of cherry-picked videos of David Crowley and his wife looking like nut jobs, people who drank and did drugs and were in a domestic violence relationship. They put all that together to paint David Crowley as a bad guy. So that's the documentary that's out there. That's the real deal from Hollywood. But Gray State has this documentary called The Rise, which is actually pretty good. That's 2.5 hours long. But there is no Gray State movie. So people want to see the movie. There was no movie. It was never even made. Now they pitched it. They pitched this information to a producer and to a group that did purchase it and wanted to move forward with it as a web-based series, but it didn't get any farther. The amount of that was being tossed around was a $30 million deal to get this turned into something to make it into the television homes to the public. And so we always thought, what's the chance of us getting that script? And the Gray State guys and us began clashing right away after we started exposing the anomalies in this case. So we knew they weren't going to give it to us or even get it, because I think that some of the members wanted to take that script and move it into and pitch it to Hollywood producers to get it made into a film anyway. So we never heard about it. We never found anything. Now 5 years goes along. I get a notification from someone who wishes to remain anonymous to say, you know what, I have a copy of that script. And I'm like, about every couple of weeks, I run across one of these instant messages where someone's got something.
Yeah.
Well, you're hesitant, of course. And I said, okay, sounds good. Send it over. And so I received it in the form of a PDF file, 126 pages, and it said Gray State script written by David Crowley in May of 2014. So I go through and read it. It looks legit to me. I'm not going to comment if I like it or not, or if it was well done or not, but it looked to me like a script, and it was the content of what David Crowley was producing. So I released
Yeah, I
it
would agree.
onto the Justice page and say, here it is. I'm not going to talk about it or summarize it. I just uploaded the file directly to our page. There's a section called Files. If you go to our Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group and become a member there, you can see all the files. I uploaded it there. People were looking at it. People were reading it. People were giving comments and pros and cons and, questionable things. And that was that. Now, a couple of weeks later, I get approached by the same anonymous person to say, here's another revision. Well, I'm like, oh, really? Seriously? Are we going to get these now every 2 weeks? I said, okay.
I'm not mad at it.
Sounds good. Send it over. It's in PDF format, 126 pages. It's simply called V6, version 6.
Right.
This one doesn't have a name, doesn't have David Crowley's name. There's no title. The content is roughly the same as it was before. There's some things that were changed and altered, but I'm like, okay, I'll upload this as well to the same group, to the same section, and people can read it and draw their own conclusions. It seems to me like it was David Crowley's script. Was it in a finished version? Was it a preliminary version? What happened to the 5 versions in between, or the 4? What's the deal? Some people read it. I think actually Greg Fernandez Jr., who's on this call, and said, I think that sounds to be more like a preliminary script than the other one. It doesn't sound like a Norwegian version, but something else. Now, here we are at the end of March. I haven't received anything back from anything else. All I know is that there's 2 versions of the script out there. We've all been waiting for this script. Now we have it, and it's odd. There's nothing really in it that's explosive. I don't know if that was the version he would have been pitching, either one of those versions, to the producers for $30 million.
I highly doubt it.
It was interesting nonetheless, but I liked all the banter that came about because it was out there now, and the members were able to at least put something together, get something to chew on.
Yeah.
The only fallback from releasing the first and the second script, is that Greg and I now have been getting drawing a lot of flack. Things have been things have been laying low for a while as far as threats and accusations and things directed our way, and that kind of offensive speak and messages like that. Well, now the script is out there, and I've gotten not 1, but 2, but three or 4 strange things happening as far as instant messages, strange texts, strange emails. I wouldn't say threats, but people highly offended that this is out there. So I don't know what's in the script that's explosive, but there must be something there that someone doesn't like, because now it seems like we have stirred up a hornet's nest, if you will. That's all I've got. I don't know what else to say.
Can you identify any of the names for the messages you've been getting to anything that similar that you've gotten in the past, like anyone you've dealt with in the past? I know you've got previous messages.
It is 2 of them were from people I have dealt with in the past, but I haven't heard from them in, I wouldn't say months, I would say years.
Right.
But now, out of the blue, I get nasty messages from 2 of those individuals. The other 2 situations were people I did not know, and I still don't know who they even are.
Right.
But the timing is important here. It's the timing, because that's the only thing that we've been releasing, other than Greg's book that came out at the end of last year. We haven't been getting hit with anything. Now the script
Right.
is out there, and it seems to have rubbed someone the wrong way. Some of these folks, and so I don't know why, but that's all I've got. I'm glad they're out there. I'm glad it's out there. It doesn't give me any more, I guess, comfort. I mean, I read it, but I think others in the group have done more deep dive into that script than what
Right.
I do
Right.
as far as their backgrounds.
What strikes to me strange hearing that as somebody who really, as a fresh perspective, this doesn't really know anything about it, is a complete noob, is, we see various films, TV series where we've got totalitarian governments take over, suppression of civil liberties, rights, etc., especially in sci-fi. Yeah. So for me, just coming from outside of this whole area, be thinking, well, this, apart from the guess, is it just another potential film with similarist messages to some of them we've seen. So I'm not discrediting anybody's work, but you're getting more or less messages that are kind of inferring stop what you're doing or stop going down this line, when we've seen things like this, as I said and mentioned, in other forms of film and media. So that to me just comes across as quite strange already, and and I don't really know anything about this, just
Do you have anything else on what Dan said, Greg? Because a lot of stuff there.
Yeah, sure. There is a lot to cover there. And when I read this script, I thought this is one of the greatest scripts that I've ever read, personally. And I've read a lot of scripts because I like writing scripts, and it's tough. It's really tough to write a good script. So when I read this, and I read the first one that Dan got, May, I think it has the date of May 12th. Yeah, May 12th, 2014. And I was hooked. I was really hooked. And so I really enjoyed that script. When I read version 6, it felt like a rough draft. And of course, I don't know, and we don't know which one came first, and I can only speculate, but I do feel like version 6 came first. And I do think that the draft from May 12, 2014, I do think that draft is what got David this $30 million deal, because that's right around the time, I think it was maybe a week after that or something. So whatever he wrote in that one, I think that's the one that got his foot into the door. Now, we know around September of 2014, that became a TV series. So I don't know what the hesitation was, but looking at it more, I'm kind of feeling like the script is a prequel to the TV series, because if you read it, and I don't know if we want to spoil it or how deep you guys really want to go into it, but it leaves the door open for a TV series. That's the way that I felt. Like, if you look at the last couple scenes, and I know they're very difficult because there's a lot of jumping around and stuff, but to me, it looks like that is setting up what the TV series will be, is the whole country at war, at civil, the whole country is involved in a civil war by the end of it. And the what's crazy is the film starts that way too. So it's just like, you're kind of hoping things are going to get better, and nope. But there is hope.
You take a guess, they won't.
Right.
For
right.
sure.
And
Yeah.
some of the other things that I liked about the script was his fighting scenes. I thought some of those fighting scenes, I could actually visualize it. And so I was looking forward to, I obviously love martial arts movies, so I wanted more and more fighting scenes, but I could visualize those fighting scenes, and I think they would have been really, really good. The most interesting thing about this script is the fact that Danny Mason's character was taken out. The name for Danny Mason's character is John Wank, W-Y-N-C-K, something like Wank, whatever. John Wank, come on, we all whatever. So, but that character is not in this script. That character is completely taken out, and I believe the main character's name is Daniel Walker. So it's changed. So one theory is that it was changed. Whatever it is, we know that David and Danny were working on a, David was trying to get Danny Mason to sign off his rights, and David was telling him that he would still have rights to the character John Wank. Nothing is mentioned about this Daniel Walker, and this is in May of 2014. So it makes sense to me why the guys that David was talking about, the two Mikes, it makes sense now why they did not know who Danny Mason was. They had no idea that Danny Mason was ever even part of this whole project, because by May, it looks like by May of 2014, Danny Mason's out.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I would agree. Yeah, that is the way things look behind the scenes. I'm going to go all the way back to the beginning because Dan unpacked so much there. So because these are all like common misconceptions that people get with the Gray State feature film narrative that, the screenplay David wrote versus the concept trailer versus the A Gray State mess that just tried to capitalize on the situation versus the Gray State, the rise. Because I'm gonna go. So the concept trailer drops first, and that's what they used to run the Indiegogo campaign that they were using for crowdfunding, which is how I got involved. They got $60,000 for that, and that was supposed to be used for resources to help write the script and get it ready to pitch it to pitch it to a studio to pick up the feature film, which is what Dan was referring to earlier. In that time, David was working on the Gray State, the Rise documentary, which was supposed to cover the kind of background subject matter, which is the documentary of the topics that was the material Gray State, the feature film, was going to use. So it's like, that's why so many people confuse this with, like, I see a lot of people go on the group and they go, I saw Gray State. And it's like, no, you saw A Gray State. And then, or they go on YouTube and they go, where's the movie? I want to watch the movie. I'm like, yeah, I want to watch the movie too. You know what I mean? And as Dan says, it didn't really ever get to that point. They had, possibly early or late level screenplay that was, being used to pitch to Hollywood or wherever. I suppose now the big thing would have been, streaming services such as, Netflix having its own studio, Amazon Prime and the like, and all of them picking up stuff. But one thing I want to say about the Gray State, the Rise, is when we had this infighting that I told you guys about when I saw the comments. See, I'm more active on like Twitter than anything else, but a lot of those pages have their Facebook linked to their Twitter. So when Gray State, the Rise started posting slandering Danny August Mason, it was actually Sean Wright, I believe, is the one who had the admin rights to that page. And I guess he was doing, what was left of the Gray State, the Rise stuff. Now, after David's passing, this unfinished version of Gray State, the Rise leaks all over YouTube. It's like 3 hours long, and it has like these unfinished portions of it where it says like insert something here, blah, blah, blah. And later on, that starts getting flagged and taken down. It gets removed, and then ultimately they remove the Gray State from it. It comes out. It's like 2 hours long. They chop a bunch of David's stuff out of it, and it's just called The Rise. They totally dropped the Gray State from it. And they also mostly removed Danny August Mason from the documentary, which, had a lot of shots of his material, the concept trailer material they used, as well as a bunch of, extra, extraneous footage that they were using for the Gray State channel at the time when they were doing the promotion campaign. So there's just a whole bunch of strange things there that are totally inconsistent as far as guys arguing with each other across Facebook, and then, chopping the documentary and kind of putting out this abomination that has like really bad sound mixing. So at that point, that's the trailer and the documentary. Then the A Gray State documentary hits Netflix, which I suppose is where most people watch it. And it kind of has you guys segments in there, and, they kind of put you guys in as, they totally tried to just write you guys off. And it's like, it's hilarious. They tried to get you guys to say something that they really couldn't get you to say, you know what I mean? Which is like, you guys believe the government did it, right? And you guys were like, no. Like, we're looking into the case, you know what I mean? Just like, we just want answers, you know what I mean? Which is kind of funny. They're like, yeah, because there's people on the internet that believe stuff like these guys, you know what I mean? It's like, yet you go into the rest of the documentary, it really doesn't have any facts or, probably the weirdest part about it for me is like the whole pact theory, where you have these mentions of this pact theory, but there's just really not anything to back that up, that there's any evidence of it, like other than like, yeah, a couple of people heard there was a pact. Okay, so then it just goes straight on. So there was a pact. What? They just totally gloss over it. You know what I mean? Like there's absolutely no evidence. Like that's just super strange about it. So I mean, that pretty much gets us to here with the concept trailer, the Rise, the A Gray State, and then finally Dan, gets a copy of this this feature film screenplay. So that's pretty much where we're at now, guys. With all this stuff, and also now we have Dan's Greg's book, The Gray State, which I think has some really awesome material in it as well. Very very informative. So everybody go check that out. I think that's one of the best kind of timeline followings of all the information in one place, aside from the updates of the video updates that Dan has done on his channel, which you've pretty much been doing those for years, Dan, with pretty much the big deep dive of all the way in on the info. So I'd say those are the two main places to find information on the case. But yeah, that's the difficulty with this case, is you're talking about like 5 projects with all these shady characters, and no one agrees with each other and no one gets along. But yeah, I would say without a doubt, and after that split with Sean Wright and Danny August Mason moves out down to Austin, so he's out from where they were shooting all that stuff as well. So it's like it almost seems like for sure that there was a split there. Yeah, I mean that's the other thing I want to bring up is when Danny came on the group drunk and he was supposed to debate you or whatever happened, Greg. Like that's something I would have really have liked to see, because nobody from this Gray State crew. I mean, they did like what Mason did, that one podcast, and a couple people did things here or there, but nobody. They did like a couple interviews after David, but again, no one ever answered any questions, and that's kind of another huge problem with it, is you have these people kind of trolling Greg and Dan online in their Facebook Messenger, but no one wants to come out front and face the fire. You know what I mean? So that's another huge problem I have with it. So yeah, I don't know.
Definitely.
I kind of rambled there, but I don't know if you guys have anything on that.
Yeah, I got a couple things. You brought up a good point. Part of the confusion, I think, with the name was the Netflix, or at the time, it was, I think, broadcast originally on A&E Indie Films. I think they named it A Gray State on purpose as part of this propaganda to cause additional chaos and confusion. They could have called it the David Crowley, murder nut job case. They could have called it something else, but they chose to call it something very similar, and it was added that way on purpose as propaganda to cause more confusion. And so
I agree. I totally agree.
Good point.
I think what happened there. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I think what happened there was this. They found out about the concept trailer. Everyone found out that it made 60,000 plus, and I think it was like 65 in crowdfunding. They found out that the feature script was never leaked at the time, or that the project was never completed, albeit a feature narrative film or series. That part doesn't matter. So there was this huge. They found out that the Gray State Facebook, didn't they have like 60,000 subscribers or likes or followers, whatever? They have this huge following there. So they found out there was this huge following that crowdfunded a concept trailer into a lot of money, of a concept trailer that got 3 million views, like Dan was saying, but also that the feature film never came out. So there was this huge void of a fan base here. And, that was like Dan said, a kind of promotional executive decision. This project never came out. Well, we can name our documentary A Gray State, and that fills the void right there. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like a unfilled,
Correct. And it was to cause confusion. And before that documentary came out, there was a big piece done in a feature piece in the New Yorker magazine that came out several months before. Alec Wilkinson did that article, and it was. Yep. I read through that, and I'm like, well, that was also pure propaganda. They were just pushing a narrative to get it out there. But once we found out, by the time that article went to press and was published and went out into that New Yorker magazine, it was about the same time that the A Gray State documentary was going out and making
Right.
the rounds on the Tribeca Film Festival, all these, the Melbourne, the Sydney, Australia Film Festival, the
Yep.
film festivals, they entered it in the UK, all over Europe, and all over the United States and Canada. And then that came out in November, the actual movie,
Right.
November of actually December, around Christmas Day of 2017. And once you see the documentary, it ties in so perfect to that article that was written. It was what I call a companion piece of propaganda,
Right.
propaganda piece A and propaganda piece B, that are meant to go together as a thing, as a operation to fool the public, is all that it was meant to do. And so now you start asking your questions: why was a New Yorker involved with writing propaganda, and why is a Eric Nelson in L.A., Hollywood, propped up to go and make a documentary with this narrative that all lines up together with David being a crazy person, which means someone in high places and with lots of money was able to steer this event or steer this propaganda. This is afterwards now. I'm not talking that there's people in high places that called out the killing or the government did the killing, but the blowback and the aftermath of this family's triple homicide. And it involves a 5-year-old girl and his 28-year-old wife, who had nothing to do with anything.
Right.
So this is, it takes away all the focus on what really happened, the horrible things that happened in that home,
Right.
to blaming it on that David and his wife were strange and were just an odd couple, not doing well financially, dire straits, and he decides to kill the family. Well, we already know that's not true, but you've got to ask yourself, why was the propaganda introduced in the format of a highly visible subscription New Yorker magazine and a big
Right.
movie called A Gray State with the guy who did the Grizzly Man and
Right.
funded by
Right.
Werner Herzog. This guy goes
Right.
way back. So you got to ask, why were these people put in place to do this? And not only was it just a documentary that went out on A&E and then ended up on Netflix, but they entered this film into all of these award categories for the Oscars that year. Best documentary, best original, all of these things that they wanted to really pump this thing up big and push it out there. And that takes funding to do that as
Right.
well. They entered all of these different categories to win. Nothing came of it, and it ended up being a backfire.
Right.
But that was the intent, was to is to get as many people of the common general public to believe this narrative, and at the same time shut down people like me and Greg and others who were honestly just looking into questions because as an attempt to discredit us. So that to me is very telling when you put out something like that, to do that. Now, I'd like to thank them at the same time, because most people who watch that documentary, who are critical thinkers and understand the big picture and how things really work, leave that movie when it ends thinking something's not right.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Amiss.
Yeah.
Something doesn't add up. The dots don't connect. It's kind of
Yeah.
jumbled the way it's set up, and it doesn't really make sense. And we're seeing such a big influx on new members on our page, I think because of this coronavirus COVID-19 outbreak, and everyone's locked up at home, and we can't keep up with the new membership coming into the group and people watching this because they've got nothing else to do. So we thank them all for that.
Yeah.
What's our numbers at, Dan? What are the numbers at right now?
Well,
know?
just today I looked that up. We crossed over the 3,000 membership here in the month of March, which is pretty big for. I manage 7 or 8 different pages on Facebook that have 200 or 300 people on some of these groups, but nothing as big as 3,000. But we did see a 6% increase in the last 2 months, and we added 272 new members in the last 60 days.
That's crazy.
And of those members, 1,800 of those 3,000 members actually show as active in the past 60 days as well. They're actually there reading, looking at things, watching, commenting and responding and liking things. They're not just dormant members that don't take any action. They're very active in our group. I have found that 65% of our members are women, 35 are men. So it's really drawing in a lot of females into this case. They're really drawn into this, the true crime nature of it. And the age group between 25 and 54 years old is 78% of our membership is that group. Not a lot of young folks, not a lot of older folks, but right in the middle, the 25 to 54 is 78%. And we're getting countries by the demographic breakdown. Number one is the United States, of course, but number two is the UK. Then we get Canada. Australia is number 4. Germany, Mexico, France, Italy, Pakistan, and India. These are the top 10 countries, but it goes down. There's over 100 countries listed that make up our 3,000 members. It's a wide array. It's a very diverse group of people. Now in the U.S., the top 10 cities, as far as our membership breakdown: Minneapolis, New York City is number 2,
Nice.
San Antonio is 3, Los Angeles, Houston. Number 6 is St. Paul, Minnesota. Number 7 comes in as cities, not even in the U.S., is Sydney, Australia. Is the 7th largest city of our membership. A lot of people down under are following this case down in Sydney. Then it goes to Chicago. Then number 9 is London, and then Philadelphia, Pennsylvania rounds out the top 10 for biggest cities. But the membership is just, it's phenomenal. And we have such good people as well. They're honest to goodness people looking for the truth. Many of them have contacted me directly saying, I've had a loved one commit suicide, or have had a loved one that was killed, or I've had a loved one that is in a situation like that, or has been discredited, or is a whistleblower. And so you get a lot of people that have empathy. I think it's the biggest thing of our memberships is they have the empathy background. And we're going after these people, which oddly enough, the men and the folks that are in the Gray State Project are comprised mainly of individuals with no empathy and no conscience. Yeah, I could probably go down that road as well.
Yeah, definitely.
I think what a lot of people want is what I've probably picked up just from watching it, as you said, is you've got this case of a loving family, and it just doesn't seem to correlate, make any sense. As I said earlier, when we were talking before we went live, it feels like there's a whole part of this story missing. And, you guys are simply just asking some questions saying, look, what's happened? You're not saying, right, we think this person's done it or anything like that. And it's just, like you said, when people watch this documentary on Netflix, like I did, I think I had a migraine after watching it. I was just so confused. Stop. I still can't make sense of this. What has happened? And that's me coming from a totally new perspective. And you're totally right, Dan. Anyone watching that, if they can empathize and say, look, here's a very loving family, and it's very tragic what's happened. So what is these missing information that is out there that doesn't seem to back up those loving people that we saw on screen? So yeah, 100% agree.
The other thing, Greg, and you might get this as well, but the people that I talk to that communicate to me or are happy, enthusiastic about joining the group, is the number one comment is they always seem to say, you know what, I'm consumed by this case. I've gone just 6 hours of watching videos. I've just finished, 11 hours of watching YouTube videos on this case, and I can't get enough. I just can't stop. So what they do is they become almost obsessed with the case because it's so intriguing, and that's what I'm seeing a lot of is the new members, and they're coming in from all over, all cities, all countries. There's an interest, but right now I think because of the coronavirus and the various lockdowns of all these different countries, I think people are stumbling upon that as maybe a recommended movie to watch or something on Netflix. They may not know anything about it, and they're jumping on. I also see we're getting a lot of locals. I myself am in Minnesota, and we're getting a lot more people in the state, I think, and in the area that hadn't even known this case existed. I mean, this is a triple homicide that was horrendous back in 2015, and because of the lack of media coverage on the case, a lot of people just didn't hear about it, and we're getting those now.
These current numbers you're seeing, is this your fastest growing rate ever?
Other than starting off when we started the page was huge, and then once the original police report came out, Greg. I think it was January of 2016. January of 2016, Apple Valley Police Department concluded their investigation, and there was some pieces done in the local media, articles, People Magazine, and a lot of nationwide articles did a summary, basically confirming the fact that David did this allegedly. We had a huge influx of new members at that time, and then I think once the documentary came out, that was the other time we hit a peak.
Yeah.
But nothing like this. This is it's tough to keep up with all the new members. It's exciting.
We got to get Greg back in here soon because he's been out for a little bit. But because Dan covered so much when he was talking before, I want to just go back to the publications and the hit piece of the kind of propaganda pieces that came out at the time. The other thing Dan pointed out were these kind of obviously fake film reviews that popped up on Rotten Tomatoes and all these other things that are like 100% ratings, like it's the best thing I've ever seen. Like it wasn't even out yet. 3 people had been at like 3 film festivals, like, and they kind of just started popping up instantly. I found that to be
Disney.
super fabricated response, and also the whole circus of the right, the whole circus of the A Gray State documentary. You know, it, as Dan was saying, it romanticizes their pact, and it becomes more about this, you know, kind of seemingly false domestic violence narrative, and how David was this tyrant, and it just creates a circus out of the whole story, and you start to forget that this is a real family, you know, like Greg was saying, and his, you know, that's the main focus of his book. You know, the project David was working on, it kind of glosses over that too. Like, not that, okay, you know, he had this big meeting with these Hollywood producers, but more like, and David was working on this A Gray State screenplay, and it was about conspiracies, and yeah, he was looking into some dark stuff, so he snapped. But anyway, and then it, you know, again, it glosses over it and jumps back into this. What are we talking about? So I find it completely inconsistent and completely incoherent. But Greg, do you have anything on any of these recent points?
I think that's a great way to say it. That's exactly it. You know, it jumps around purposely because it knows it's just trying to hit beats, and it's trying to hit beats to touch people, to get them to not look any further. That is their whole point. Well, this guy's crazy. Oh man, you know, okay, well, he's nuts. So of course he did it. Well, his script was going bad. The deal was dead. I don't know if they really cover that the deal was dead, but then they show,
I think they basically insinuate it, you know,
they basically do, and they show, you know, that the 2 Mikes, their reason why they passed on it, they try to just build all of those different things, but it's really what we don't see in that film is the most important thing. There is a reason why Kamel's family was taken out. They wanted all of their stuff taken out. They did not want to be part of this project.
Yep.
And that's a big deal, because I wonder if David's side, if there's people on David's side that also feel that same way too. So that was a big thing. But yeah, the whole pack theory, the whole pack thing, and they're still promoting that. People are still trying to convince people that they want a pack theory. It's crazy.
You know what? I want to bring up something unrelated, but at the same time similar. I'm familiar with another documentary that attempts to push a pact theory out of New England. There was this thing about the Gloucester 18 with these high school girls that were supposedly created a pregnancy pact for all of them to get pregnant, like young girls in high school or whatever. And there's like multiple documentaries and projects made about this. It's just this random article popped up, almost a similar situation as far as random articles popping up and then these weird documentaries blowing up about it. And it ends up being the same situation where a lot of it was just publicized and there may have never been any pact at all. So there's something about, you know, when there's not much clear-cut material for them to just put their story out and stick to it. It's like the pact is like almost like a scapegoat. You know what I'm saying? It's like, well, we don't have much, so it was a pact, and then they throw it out there, and you're supposed to go with, okay, well, you know, none of the evidence points directly to David, so let's go with the pact thing. You know, I feel like it's like the throw it out in the trash. It was a pact. Like, huh? Like, again, there's just nothing that sticks to it.
Yeah.
I'm still surprised they didn't stumble upon a big giant manifesto written by David Crowley or something. And
Dude.
he had a lot.
I'm
that's
sure it's
that's
coming.
the other one, right?
They always
You
have a
still got-
manifesto.
You still got revisions rolling in, so there's plenty of someone's working on it right
That'll
now.
come in next.
Redrafting.
Manifesto by David Crowley, version 7. You know what I mean?
I'm sure people tried. I'm sure they tried, but they tried a lot of different things. But it is really about how the common person watches that film. So Gaz,
Right.
you didn't know that much about this project. You didn't know that much about David when you watched this movie.
Well, we actually did interview David back
That's
on our
right.
old audio stream.
I
That
thought
was
I
a-
recognized your.
Gaz is my
oh, yeah.
original co-host
Yeah.
from our
Okay.
original audio
I
show
thought
we
it-
used to do. We had
Yeah.
like a basically cross-genre, him out of the punk scene and me out of the hip-hop
Yeah.
scene, and we used to do films and other things that we were interested in.
It's-
But Gaz was familiar with the concept trailer and what the project was to me,
Yeah.
but I don't think he followed
And
the actual
Again,
case.
I
as much.
reached out to David and Danny. We exchanged a couple of emails, and we did the interview with David, and it was generally going over the pitch concept with the film and everything, and then a bit of a general chit chat. I think we maybe discussed his career in the military, and since then, no, I haven't followed it at all. I heard about the tragedy. Obviously, was shocked because I was like, wow, that's the guy who's been on our show. And actually,
Right.
we had another guest from the punk scene who committed suicide as totally different case and circumstances. Nothing suspicious around that one, but it certainly shocks you because you're like, hey, we talked to this guy, so.
Right.
What I
And
can
we talked
say,
to David twice, Gaz. You set up a preliminary call where we all
yes,
spoke to get
sorry,
to know
yes,
each
you're
other.
right.
Then we
I
did
know
the
that.
real show. So
yeah, that's right.
Gaz set up both those.
Yeah,
those
and what's struck, like as I've mentioned a few times, when I watched that documentary on Netflix, when I've looked up the various sites, tried to read other reviews and articles, and there's a lot of what we see now online of people just attacking each other. Like, would somebody just read this? Because to me, who doesn't know anything about it, this just seems really funny and suspicious. Like I've mentioned, there's just more to it, and you guys are just wanting to try and uncover what that mystery is.
That's right. Yeah.
Absolutely. Going to what you were saying, Greg, about Sidra, I do want to get to the script because that was kind of be my main focus. But obviously, when you're dealing with a book, 5 different projects, Dan's 10 years of research, it's not quite easy to just pull up the Rolodex and rip from topic to topic.
Yeah, here we go.
Good to have a
It's like
Rolodex.
JFK or any other big, you know what I mean? It's not just the easiest thing to cover in one call.
Just
which is
rolls
why
off, doesn't it?
Dan has an entire channel for it. Greg has an entire channel for it. Another Gray Stage page. It's the best way to follow the cases is along with those resources. But going to the resource of Greg's book, when you spoke with Sidra, Greg, I believe that was over the phone or however you chronicled it in your book. And basically, what she says of like, it's never the project is never getting done without the permission of Sidra's father. And I guess that's interesting because so does that mean he got a stake in the actual intellectual property? Because wasn't our understanding that if David copyrighted it, with him gone, we thought that the rights would go to Dan Crowley Sr.? Was that the way things went? Because I wasn't 100% sure on that.
I'll probably let Dan take that one. I think he probably knows more about
Well, I think
all of that.
from the business standpoint, the script was owned by, I think it was Hothead Productions, or the movie, and so David
Right.
Crowley owned that himself. 100% was Hothead Productions, and so that was his business. That was his movie. That was his script. Now we know Danny August Mason was a co-founder and co-creator of the whole thing, but I don't know if he had any a stake in that ownership at all. And so the script itself, once David died, murdered, you got to go through the chain of the remaining heirs of who gets the rights to that. Now, and I would say that script was probably the biggest asset that David Crowley had. He lived in an average home and drove average cars and didn't have a wealth of other things. And
Right.
so when people say you need proof for means, motive and opportunity to kill someone, there wasn't really that much for David except for that script. And
Right.
that was valued at roughly $30 million. And so this is how we get into the fact that if someone didn't want David around, they would have taken out David. But there's a reason, in my mind, my opinion, that his wife was taken out and his child, they only had one child, was little Rania, was 5-year-old girl. All of them had to be taken out for that script or that asset of $30 million potentially to land in either the family's lap of the Crowleys, which was David's parents who were divorced, which is his parents. His father was Dan Sr. and his mother was Kate, or it would
Right.
land into the Alam family, who was Komel, David's wife. His parents were married, was Naila and Anjum were the parents. And so your question is, would it land into their lap or would it land into the Crowley lap? That's my question as well. It should go 50-50 to each. And I think the
Got
Crowley
it.
family assumed it was going to fall into their lap. And I think that's why the people that benefited from the killing, if you want to go that route, from a detective standpoint, who benefits from having these 3 people dead? It would be, in this case, Dan Crowley Sr., the father, Kate, the mother, and the kids, which is Dan Jr. and his sister Allison. Now, 7 months later, David Crowley's mother, Kate, who's divorced,
Passes away.
dies strangely enough under strange circumstances. Her body is found dead outside of her house, also in Minnesota, in the same city as where the dad or the ex-husband was living, and her body was found out on the backyard patio, slumped over a table on table outside. So they came and looked for her. The boyfriend, the person she was dating, she wasn't returning any calls that night. Went and did a welfare check, called authorities, and they found her body there dead. Now, she was only 51 years old, healthy, and had 2 jobs, but maybe she just did die accidentally. To me, that raises too many red flags, because if Dan Jr.,
Right.
the brother, who David was not getting along with, and had severed ties, they weren't speaking, had something to gain and possibly was involved in the killing or the commission of this crime, he may be involved. And so the dad is Dan Crowley Sr., who was quick to grab a hold of that script or take the company to the next level to buddy up with Danny August Mason and create this new company called Gray State Universe LLC,
Yeah.
which was
I remember
put
that.
into creation in the month of May, along with the appropriate trademark and copyright information from a business standpoint. They were the 2 that wanted to take this script and run with it, not to get another $30 million to go to big budget Hollywood producers to make it, but maybe they were going to pitch it to some mid-size and make 15 million off it or something smaller.
Yeah, go to the streaming services or something
So,
instead of a theater
They
release.
took an active role on taking that next step, as were found by the evidence that we found going back to the Secretary of State, Minnesota. We found that the company was formed. We found that Danny August Mason did hire a lawyer to get it trademarked, to get the logo of the Gray State done, and
Mhm.
incorporate some of the intellectual property for that. So we've got evidence to suggest that he was moving forward with this case.
Mhm.
And so nothing was said about the Alams at all. And so I think that they, push comes to shove, should have 50% rights to that script or any asset that David had, because David was married to Komel. And in the state of Minnesota, you are now one unit. You're not
Right.
51-49 ownership, it's 50-50. So the next heirs or the next of kin would be 50-50 for that script should go to the Alam family and the Crowley family even, and then have a judge or something divvy it up from there. But it was at that point that the Crowleys never communicated to the Alams after that point. There was no communication.
right.
They started having issues with that script as far as who was going to take that business and run with it. Crowleys took it, basically assuming it was theirs, and started running with it, and then never returned any phone calls back to the Alam family. And so that's where we start putting the pieces together of what was going on here in the mindset of these individuals.
Right.
Now, Danny August Mason, all he had to do was sign off on his legal rights that David recommended back in August of the year before the family was killed. He just wanted him to write him out, as he did in the script. Greg said in the May script of May 2014, had already written Danny August Mason out of the script.
Right.
And so when he's working with the producers and the executives in Hollywood, they already knew they were going to go with a different main actor. They didn't want to have Danny August Mason,
Right.
which I think David didn't want him out there either. So he was done. His days were numbered being in the gray state. So there's your motive now once again. And he says, I need you to fill out this legal paperwork so you can't come back later and claim you have rights to this movie or this script. Danny August Mason refused to sign that legal document.
Yeah, he was stalling. He responded back, but he was stalling.
He was given the paperwork in August, reminded to sign it in September, reminded in October, reminded in November, and finally, mid-December, David Crowley says, I'm giving you a deadline of December 16th. You either need to shit or get off the pot on this thing. You need to do something. You need to take an action. I'm moving forward without you, or we got to come up with something. So you need an answer by the 16th. Well, 2 weeks later, the bodies were found. Around Christmas, they alleged that the bodies were killed. And so there never was an answer from Danny August Mason.
Right.
As far as signing off those rights. So I think in his mind, because he didn't sign off on the legal paperwork, he was still owed something, whether royalties, whether it's
Right,
business
yeah.
percentage of the business or something.
Ownership. Yeah, exactly.
He
Equity.
still thought that. So I think that leads back to your means, motive, and opportunity for this whole thing. Sean Wright was already out of the picture, David's other good friend, and he had switched his phone number. David did, and in fact didn't even give it to Sean Wright. And we see that from a Facebook post when David was going to release The Rise, that documentary, just himself was going to release it actually for free.
And that's
And
when
that's
Sean Wright
that's when Sean
attempted
Wright
to
said,
control
"You
the
can't-
rise.
You
know
can't
what I
do
mean?
that thing called The Rise, and that's got my tax stuff in it that could send me
Yeah.
to prison," because he was
Yeah.
facing charges that he later pled guilty to in the state of Minnesota for tax evasion.
Right.
And so he was facing a lot of things. And then in one of his posts, Sean Wright says, David, here's my phone number. You got to give me a call. Call me. Let's work this out. So David had already cut off ties from Sean. He was in the process of cutting off the ties
Right.
from Danny August Mason. And then
Right.
the bodies were found dead. And the police detectives' first inkling should be to go to these two individuals
Yeah,
and start your
I
line of
agree with
questioning
that.
with these people as simply persons of interest. They have the most
I
to
agree.
gain. They were the ones that had issues with it. They were the ones had a falling out. They were the ones not pursuing any. They wouldn't have been part of any of this $30 million project.
Right.
And his own brother, who he had a falling out with in August, wasn't even speaking to him, David.
Right.
So those
And-
would be probably the three first people I would, as a detective, start interviewing. And they
For
never
sure.
did that.
For sure. And not only that, it gets better when they question Danny August Mason. Did you have any ownership in the project? He says no. And then he says he was just an actor. So but
And
we never
Robert-
heard that any other time
Robert,
except for
right.
when he spoke to the police. You know what I
You're
mean? To
right.
everyone else, it was like, I'm VP of the, thing. So,
Yeah, Ross, that's a good point. For a lot of the newer members here that aren't familiar with that, Ross is right on the money. He was questioned by police to say, what was your stake? What was your connection to David Crowley and this script and or this movie? He said, I was nothing, merely an actor. I had no connection from a business standpoint
right.
in this film. So that's an outright lie right there to the detectives. But like you said, he packed up and moved to Austin, Texas shortly thereafter.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna get Greg in here once again. I just want to shout out a couple people. Shout out to Sophia. She's with us in the chat, and then also shout out to my man Mike O'Day. He's a very talented Boston area actor. He does Irish crime films, and he was in The Equalizer with Denzel Washington. Mike has helped me with some of my own screenplay writing and things of that nature. Very talented writer. Mike was just wanted a breakdown of kind of the last few things that we covered. So basically, Mike, Greg and Dan are in this documentary called A Gray State, which covers the murder of the death of David Crowley, I will say, the questionable death of David Crowley, which was supposed murder-suicide of his family. David did the Gray State concept trailer, which I think I sent you, Mike. It was on YouTube. It has 3 million views. It's a pre-apocalyptic, dystopian, totalitarian martial law kind of thing, rather similar to what's going on now. And David passes away several years ago when he was pitching this feature film narrative screenplay to a Hollywood production company. And basically, after that happens, there's some fighting with the former crew that he was working with before, infighting, and kind of possibly struggle to get the rights to his project, which is ultimately never made to this day. Recently, somebody emailed a copy revision of the possibly working title screenplay to Dan, who posted it in their Justice for David Crowley group. So that's that's kind of what's going on right now and what we're covering right now. Do you have anything else on any of this stuff, any of these points, Greg?
No, I would actually love to hear what Mike thinks of the script if and when he gets a chance to read it. But basically, yeah, you just have you have a guy who was he was accused of a double murder suicide, and we can't find any evidence that he's guilty. Yet we have all these people, including the investigators, that keep telling us that he is guilty. There's nothing to look at here. These aren't the George that we're looking for to go home. Don't worry about it. Life is good. Why do you care? Why do you care about this case? And it's like, well, why don't you guys care? Why don't you care enough to investigate this as investigators? That's what they're getting paid for. They're not getting paid to come up with their own theories and then go with those theories within 24 hours. Within 4 to 24 hours, these investigators are telling us David Crowley is guilty. Family and friends and Gray State team members are telling us that David Crowley is guilty. And all we've ever asked for was evidence. I wrote a book, 200 pages. There's no evidence. There's no evidence that David Crowley is guilty, and that's based on thousands of pages of documents.
Right. Yeah. That's yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing right there is like the whole thing of the Kurt Cobainish soaked in bleaches about the thing is showing up to the scene and like, well, there's a couple of bodies there and there's a gun by the body, but it's not by his gun hand. Looks like, you know, that's the whole thing. It's like, you know, when they wiped down the rifle on the soaked in bleach case and they, you know, and they walked in and like, well, it's just a guy with a body and a shotgun and there's some heroin neatly put away in his heroin box. Looks like a suicide to me. It was like, that's the whole thing that was so soaked in bleach just about this thing. And also there's a bunch of other things I want to get to, but real quick, Dan, I want to totally commend you for the hiring of the private investigator to look into the case. I wish we would have gotten a lot more out of Kenneth Maines. I was really looking forward to those results and how he praised the AVPD for what a good job they did. I totally commend you for doing that. I really think it would have been good to go with someone that was, and I don't know how many private investigators exist that aren't former police, because I know it's probably like 60 or 70% of them that are former detectives, which I understand because it's a very similar skill set. But man, dude, he drank the Kool-Aid so hard on that report, man, that I couldn't do it, man. Like I was just like, man, missing even the Gray State guys, and we all know what we think of them. We're ripping on them for the freaking hole in the ceiling, you know what I mean? And just the many other inconsistencies. And him just going, you know, everything they did was perfectly 100% right. This is exactly how I would have did it. It's like he wouldn't criticize any, like, let's be honest, they made some mistakes. And, you know, much similar to the Kurt Cobain case, the difference with that one is now you have former chiefs and people coming out now, like Dan was saying in Soaked in Bleach, saying this was terrible. We would never do this, would never go like this again, you know, even if we were looking into it now. One thing that's semi-related I want to shout out is, I don't know if you guys have had a chance, I mentioned it to Greg online recently, to see the Who Killed Malcolm X docuseries on Netflix. They basically do a deep dive into the Malcolm X case. As a result of that, of the research and that docuseries, the case is now getting reopened. That's Malcolm X, assassinated in the 60s in Harlem. You know what I mean? So You know what I mean? That I still believe the Kurt Cobain case could get reopened with how that went, and especially, I mean, granted, Malcolm X is high profile, so yeah, whatever, you have that, and also there was like 6 other presidents and super famous guys that were kind of part of that whole series, but you know, it kind of goes to show you, dude, the thing about the Malcolm X case is this: 2 of the guys they locked up weren't even in the room. So, I mean, it shows you the lengths that if they want to pin something on you, trust me, it can make it happen. One of the dudes had a doctor's notice and I believe a leg or a knee injury. So he literally couldn't have walked in to see Malcolm speak that day. You know what I mean? So it's like, this guy did 20, I think. So, you know what I mean? Like it should really put into perspective for people. And granted, I know there was obviously a lot of racism in the policy and what was going on between the Nation of Islam and New York police and blah, blah, blah during that Malcolm X case. But man, if they'll pin 20 years on 2 guys who weren't even in the room, trust me, this David Crowley thing is, you know, it's a guy out in the woods of Minnesota. It's much more easier to make it appear how you want it to. So if you like Soaked in Bleach, I recommend everybody take that out. Check out that Malcolm X docuseries as well. Guys, I'm sorry, I got to grab a water. Gas, can you take it from here for a sec?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll certainly try. Aside from the private investigator that you hired, Dan, has anybody else at all actually looked into it from a total neutral perspective? Has there been anybody? I'm just curious.
Well, I think the best way to put that is no one looked into it comprehensively. There's been people that have looked into it from a professional standpoint of a certain angle of it, of the crime scene or the bodies or the rigor mortis that had sit in, or the scene, the bodies, the timing of things. You know, taking a chunk of the case and doing a deep dive into that. People have done that. But as far as looking at the big picture, getting into the Facebook posts that were deleted after David Crowley died on his very own wall, while that laptop was in police custody. Now, I'm not saying the police did it, but it's things like that. Who else had his username and password? You know, we ask questions like that, but what we get hit back with is the password list for David Crowley was on a piece of paper for the whole world to see on the crime scene photos. Well, the question you have to ask yourself is, who had, before the crime scene photos were available that came out a year later, who deleted the post on his wall 5 days later?
Right.
The general public didn't have access to these things, and so we hear things of, you know, David was writing a journal. He was journalizing a lot of this. A lot of the domestic disputes and domestic cases, involvement with his wife were in the journal. Well, we haven't seen the journal. There is no journal. There's no mention of a journal. But we do see that Dan Crowley Sr., the father, is the one that comes back later after the investigation's done and has a revelation that says, you know what, I got my son's laptop back, and I was really doing a deep dive, scouring through the files, and I found, you know, a journal, electronic journal that David wrote, and it kind of answers everything. We're like, okay, time out, big shooter. So the police had it, didn't find it, but yet you were stumbling through his, files and just found a journal. And you know, the question then is, what does police say to that? What do we ask the investigators? What came of that journal? And so Greg's got a good connection, a responsible connection to James Gummert, the lead detective. We're very respectful. We agree to disagree on a lot of stuff, but he comes out and says that there was nothing. There was no journal. So why is the father of David Crowley lying when he tells people that he found and discovered a journal that explains all of this stuff? So now we have to almost bring in, the father into the persons of interest to question, but they were never interviewed, never questioned. In fact, police went to them to get information on what could have possibly happened.
Right.
Police took these very characters that we're pointing fingers at to look into. Police took them under their wing to get answers for this case, and so they were essentially bamboozled by their own thing. And I think that's part of the reason police do not want to reopen or reinvestigate this case, because it's really going to expose that they were bamboozled along the way.
Right.
And also were part of a cover-up after the fact. But what we keep hearing, and I forgot already, Gaz, what your initial question was. I got sidetracked. But what we're
It's
getting
all
hit
right. I do
with,
it all the time.
what we get hit with is they still think that talking Ross, these stories with Malcolm X. There's JFK, there's RFK murders, and there's other things like that that obviously have already been proven. Martin Luther King Jr. death has already been proven in civil court in 1999 that the government was responsible for the death, not James Earl Ray. We already know this to be
family sued the government and they sided with them and won. So I assume
and
they got money for that. I was
So
going to mention
as with Kurt Cobain, we already know the answer. Now, no one wants to touch this subject, but people look to us and say, "But why do you think the government did this? Why was David Crowley killed in a government assassination?" Greg and I look at each other and say, "I don't think we've ever said that. I myself don't believe the government was involved in the David Crowley killing at all."
Right. Yeah. I mean,
but there's elements of agencies involved in the cover-up, in the subsequent backlash and the blowback from all this. There's evidence that people were involved in helping to aid and assist in the cover-up of this. I personally think amateurs made the killing of the family, but you need to focus on the facts. Greg's book is all facts. The facts that I mentioned to Kenneth Maines when I hired him as a private investigator, and I made sure that he knew nothing about the case. I was poking and prodding him to what his thoughts were on the 5-year-old girl's arm that was missing, and Homel, the wife's hands that were both missing, and David Crowley's right hand that was missing, and the skulls that were allegedly gone or missing. Those are the facts. Those are the facts. But yet, you read the police report, you see 15 minutes of investigators saying that we see no evidence of forced entry in the front door. Well, one of the main parts of this case is that the rear slider was left partially open and unlocked in January in Minnesota. Now, wouldn't that be your shocking news as a detective to focus on the rear slider? Who came in or out of an unlocked slider on the rear patio at ground level? You could walk right in and right out in January in Minnesota in the month of January. So those are the things that Greg and I are focusing on the evidence. Now, the only thing that I could say to new folks out there, I know we see that we've got Mike O'Day in the chat room, and he'd be interested in reading this script and looking at this from a documentary perspective. But I would ask someone like him, someone brand new, to say, do you know that the bullet that killed David didn't even have blood on it? That's the thing that discredits the whole case. We aren't conspiracy theorists alleging that David didn't do this. We already know that David didn't do it. The evidence already points to the fact that the bullet was planted. There's no bullet in that house that has David's blood. He allegedly shot himself in the head with a .40 caliber weapon with a hollow point, no less. And
the thing about the hollow point is this. When I was reading Greg's book, The Mushroomed Bullet, I need to figure out if hollow points mushroom, because the thing I could see a standard round mushrooming, but hollow points have those 4 or 5 fragments that break off. And
they I don't know if they corkscrew, but they mushroom out, and they collect the brain, the blood, the tissue, the skin along the way, going through someone's head. So you would have skull fragments on that bullet fragment. You would have brain matter, blood, tissue, a whole assortment of things that they found. He shot himself upwards. The bullet went through the ceiling, allegedly, landed in the attic. Police found it, took it to the lab, and says that this is the bullet that killed David, but there's not a speck of blood on it after testing. Now, DNA came back that there was touch DNA on that bullet. David's DNA was on that bullet from a lab perspective. Not blood, but as DNA from touch, transfer, skin cells, something.
Yeah, I mean, you could have touch DNA on an unfired round that you just took and loaded in a magazine, or just touched and didn't do anything with. You know what I mean?
Well, David would have been the one loading all those magazines and cartridges and the weapon itself. That gun was his. The cartridge was his. His touch DNA would be on all those bullets, perhaps. But the point of the matter is, there's not a single drop of blood on that bullet that was found in the attic. And much like Kurt Cobain, the weapon, no fingerprints on the handgun.
Yeah, no, and the handprint as well. Dan, can you break down this possibly forged signature check that we have when there's a $60,000 check that appeared to be Dan Senior was possibly out of the country. I'd like you to mention that one because I feel like that's a fact that gets glossed over.
Yeah, that's another big factor in the case from an evidence, from a fact-based research on a case like this. David Crowley's father, this is Dan Senior now, who allegedly found the laptop with the journal in it and all this other shenanigans, traveled extensively for his job, and the police report said that he was unavailable in the month of October of 2014. This is when a lot of this stuff was going on. The deaths were allegedly December, but the October, November, September timeframe, a lot of shenanigans were going on that actually point to premeditation. And so he was gone and wasn't in the country. In fact, Dan Crowley Sr. told investigators he was out of the country the entire month of October. He was in Germany.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what we find when the BCA lab analysis and the investigative work that comes back from the Minnesota BCA, Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the results come back at the form of a FOIA request. And one of the files is the banking file, the banking records. And it's showing David's bank statements, checking accounts, nonchalant things like that. But what we see is a $50,000 cash withdrawal at a bank, Wells Fargo, a Wells Fargo bank, $50,000 cash withdrawal on October 18th of 2014, taken out at a Minnesota branch location by Dan Crowley Sr. Now we got a couple issues with that. $50,000. This wasn't an instant cash transaction at a terminal. This had to be done at a branch bank location in front of a teller that you need to show ID with.
Right.
And so what we looked up with, because of Dan Crowley Sr.'s testimony to police, in his own words, that said he was out of the country, this withdrawal was made at a bank in Minnesota in the month of October that he said he wasn't there. So we have to assume that it wasn't Dan Crowley who did it. The question then is, who did make this withdrawal? So we went back through the records, financial records and other records, and was able to get a sample signature of Dan Crowley Sr., and then went and got sample signatures of Dan Crowley Jr. This is David's older brother. The account was in his name, so number one thing we're going to do is assume that maybe it was the son who did it. And so we got signature examples, and it looked very similar to someone, looked like the brother, looks like Dan Crowley Jr. did the signature. Now this bank account was a trust account for the Crowley children. David, his older brother Dan, and his sister Allison. It was a trust account. So when the old man dies, Dan Crowley, it was a paid upon death bank account, a trust fund for the kids. Now, a paid upon is that only money comes out of there when the person who owns it dies. So it's in Dan Crowley Sr.'s name. He didn't die. As far as we know, he's still alive. So nothing should have been coming out of that account to the kids.
Right.
Dan Sr. himself can do all the withdrawals and deposits he wants. That's his account. So what we think, the speculation, is that Dan Crowley Jr. went in with his ID and said, I'd like to withdraw some money from this account, and here's my identification showing I am who I am. Their middle initials were different, but the first and last name are the same. Signature looked to be roughly the same. Looked like the son's. So the question is, why was a $50,000 withdrawal done at all? Dan Jr. was at the time running a small business as a personal trainer or something. He wasn't making hardly any money. So there's an opportunity there that if he wanted to, that he had possibly the need for the money. Who knows? Some speculate that maybe the money was taken out to pay a hitman for the killings. But remember, this is October now. So that means there's premeditation that he wanted to hire a hitman to kill his very own brother, his flesh and blood. That's kind of a stretch for some people to believe, but it's on the table nonetheless. Now, we don't hear anything back from the father who wanted to argue or fight this to say, hey, that wasn't me, or confirming the fact that, yes, I was home and I did make that $50,000 withdrawal. Now, the old man, Crowley, the senior, was known by locals in his hometown as a millionaire. He had cash, and that account was fluctuating between $200,000 and $300,000 at any given time. That fund account for the kids, I think it even topped out at $500,000 at one time. But he was using that as a savings account for the kids one day. So he wouldn't have needed $50,000 in cash, probably ever. I don't know why he'd ever need that. And so we did have speculation that maybe there was a withdrawal and then someone made a deposit the next day or something. So we looked into that too. There were no deposits in the subsequent days or weeks of $50,000, putting that money back in if they needed it in a crunch, maybe to bail out somebody from jail, and then you go and you put it back in. There was no deposit back in, so the money came out. So there we've got a problem. $50,000 withdraw, unrelated. This is unrelated to the Crowley murder case. We've got a problem. Normal detectives and investigators looking into the case would already be contacting the bank by saying that no, it looks like we've got a potential fraud issue here. The old man is out of the country. Who's withdrawing the money and why? What happened to it? Nothing was looked into, nothing was researched, and nothing was followed up on by the Apple Valley Police Department by looking at that. Now, if you look at the date on that takeout slip and the person filling it out, the bank teller who was filling out the form, there was a date, it was crossed off, and the new date was written, and then the person had another cross off, and the information was written. It looks, by an amateur, someone looking at it for the first time like myself, that the bank teller was distracted when she was filling out this information. She was distracted, wasn't paying attention. And so Dan Jr., the brother, who the way we think took the money out, is known as a smooth-talking con artist to begin with. Well, I could easily see him conning the young female bank teller while getting this done, talking about something off to the side, and her getting distracted that she's got to cross off and put the correct date and fill out the account number was wrong. She had to fill it out again. So this is speculation on our part. This isn't fact.
Right.
But nonetheless, it does appear that bank teller was distracted by something for some reason. And if he shows an ID that the name matches up, she would have given it to him. I don't think she would have looked at the middle initial that it was different. But the question that I have after all this is, why did Dan Crowley Jr. make an attempt to make a Dan Crowley Sr. signature on a bank file? It was a poorly done forgery is what it was.
Right, that's what I was getting to.
Dan Sr., but why didn't Dan Jr., if it was actually him, or if he didn't want to cause any suspicion, sign his own name? But he made it look like the handwriting style of the father to get the money. Now, was that part of a payment, a hitman or an assassin or two to be paid? That would fall in line with killing a family of three if you look at the $10,000 to $15,000 a head for a murder in a typical case like that. Possibly. I don't know. I'm not well versed in that type of stuff, but it falls in line. Let's leave it at that. Now, Dan Jr. is left-handed. So now this all ties back together. We got a bank issue, which I still think should be open to this day as a bank fraud situation. But we got blood handwriting on the wall that says Allah Akbar on the Crowley family home, written in blood, which some of the letters looks like it came from a person writing with a left hand. And now I'm not saying anything. I'm not leading any speculation. But if Dan Crowley Jr. had something to do with the money or the hiring or to get the script into his lap, did he or possibly could he have been at the scene? Maybe not did the killing, but wrote the impact on the wall with the blood. That's conjecture right now. But some letters were with the left hand. David Crowley was right-handed. The words in all uppercase, Allahu Akbar, was written on the wall in the living room. So we already got more and more things that don't make sense. David was right-handed. The gun was found to his left hand, but there's someone left-handed writing on the blood on the wall. So we got a whole sort of scenario. So the conclusion to this, to my whole rambling here is this. If Dan Sr. comes back from Germany, and now is looking into the investigation of his one son that's already dead, goes through some paperwork, bank financial statements to find out something his other son may or may not have done, would he be likely to call authorities and expose the other son to say, what the hell are you doing?
Right.
Now, that he's going to be put away for a long time if he does that. Now you're dealing with the position of a father. Are you going to see both of your kids now gone, or would you already have one son that's gone? Do you save the other one and say, let's brush it under the table, and you know what? Let's go along with this conspiracy that David did it. And that's what we're getting the consensus of the members of the group is that, well, Dan
Right.
Crowley Sr. may not have had anything to do with it because he's more than likely involved or complicit in the cover-up and the possible getting rid of the mother in the case, who was the only person, according to law enforcement, that didn't necessarily buy this whole suicide scenario was Kate Crowley.
Right.
She's
At
the
what
one
point are
that
you going to implicate yourself?
winds up dead
Yeah.
7 months later. And so he may be implicated with that death. He may be implicated with the covering up of the fraud charges at the bank that he didn't want to expose because that's going to send his other son to prison. More than likely, he is involved with the cover up of some way, shape, or form. As far as him finding this manifesto or this journal on the laptop, this is the same guy we're talking about. Now, in the documentary, people are reading that the family members are talking about their interactions with David. Dan Sr. is the one on the documentary that's actually reading from a script by saying, you know, David did this and David did this, and too bad David killed his family and stuff. Here's the final journal entry on December 25th, Christmas Day. I'm going to kill my family today. You know, he's the only one on that documentary that really looks like he's reading something, that he's not being authentic. He's acting. And so that's what I think the general consensus of our justice page of the members is that he may be not involved with the killings, but he's obviously involved with something else because none of his behavior makes any sense.
Since you mentioned Kate, correct me if I'm wrong, but you uncovered that Dan Jr. receives another payment once again after the passing of his mother. Is that correct?
What I did with her
Another
case,
inheritance.
it was not the inheritance per se, but if you check the legal documents at the courthouse after his mother died, he was the first one asking to open up that death benefit scenario to do the estate. It was he was not the claimant, not the defendant. So he was the one who first came in and ensured that the county, in that county, that they started proceeding with the death benefits for the estate of his mother. And he was holding the garage sale of the house and the property and her belongings. Now, David's gone. The sister lives in another state. Odds are that he would have been holding the garage sale anyway, in charge of that. Or maybe he's the one going to the courthouse to open the estate. But nonetheless, we have it in writing that he's the one who opened the estate planning. The estate for his dead mother was him, Dan Jr.
And did you get an amount on that with David gone? Do we know how much? Okay.
So she wouldn't have been worth a lot or anything large like that. So it wouldn't have been a motive. Her death, the motive for her death would have been her exposing things in the family. Maybe she would have gotten in the way, could have been potentially a roadblock for this bank fraud situation that the dad was covering up for the son.
Right.
That would have, if that hit the news and made a big story, she could be certainly one to step up. She wasn't afraid to voice her concerns. Let's put it that way. So even in the police investigation, she said, "I don't believe that my son did this, unless," she said, "unless it was in the form of a pact or some sort of agreement." So already that scenario was in play when they went to the investigator. Someone planted that whole pact theory to the family. And I don't know who that is.
Absolutely.
It was
Right.
planted.
Yeah, there's a few people that give kind of quotes, or I guess information, if you want to call it information, on the pact theory. Let's head back to the gray stage, and because I want to get into some more of Greg's book. Dan, you did the foreword for the book. Greg asked you to do that. So is there anything you guys, anything extra informationally that you want people to know about your book, Greg?
Well, I know Dan had mentioned that he spoke with several people, but Dan Hinnon also spoke with Kamel's father and Kamel's sister.
Mhm.
And I think there was, I put some of that into my book, but Dan, after speaking with them, do you think that they would have been open to looking deeper into this, similar to how David's mom was?
Well, you're right. David's mom knew something was goofy. His father signed up for the deal right away, and went along lock, stock, and barrel with what the investigator said. All the friends went along with it. Remember, David's friends were all conspiracy theorists. They were alternative media that would have looked at this case like, what happened? How can this even be? And
Right.
connected to Alex Jones, who would have been top news story every day of his show. Would have been the Crowley case.
Right.
He was silent.
Right.
So the people that stood out were Kate, the mother, who's now 6 feet under, and the Alam family. Mr. Alam, when I spoke with him, said that he was busy, as he was, dealing with his wife, Nyla Alam, had a case of cancer, ovarian cancer, that she was dealing with, and she was in hospice care when all this went down.
Yes, a terminal illness. Yeah.
She had a terminal illness. He did not have the time, energy, or the resources to follow up on this. But he told me on our phone call, if I had time and money, I would want to look into this to find out what really happened, because this doesn't make sense.
Right.
That's what he himself said. Now, we don't hear anything more from him. He says later that he's open to doing the documentary, which he did. But like Greg said earlier in the podcast here, when the final version came out of that documentary, Anjum Alam, who I still think is a good guy in all this, says, I'm done. This is not how you presented this documentary to be. I don't want any part of it. And he goes, you're taking my daughter out as well. They had interviewed the daughter, Sidra, for a group. They says, you're removing everything out that has to do with any of us if you want to release this film. And so they did. They took it out. They put in some B-roll footage of other interviews, and they published the movie. But if you notice, like Greg Fernandez said, what's in the documentary is important, but also what's not in the documentary.
Right.
Someone watching it, for instance, Gaz, when you watched it, did that pique your interest at all by saying, why isn't Kamel's parents in this documentary? Everything was the crowd.
Exactly.
It just felt like there was another missing piece, and as somebody going in there with a completely neutral perspective, you would want to hear that other opinion, that other viewpoint, and that wasn't there. So yeah, totally.
So they were they were involved and wanted to do it. They were in, but I think and the other thing that the sister said was, she said, I'll be in this film. And the dad says he'll be in it, but the dad made sure that he said, when you film it, I want to have my daughter with me at all times. I don't want to have her be interviewed solo, because he knew potentially there's that option of being
manipulation
or led down with some leading questions and things like that. He says she's going to do it, but she's going to do it with me. So all the parts that they interviewed them they went to a local hotel in Dallas and filmed the parts in a hotel room, but both were together. But when they got the final review to say, how does it look, the final version before it went public, they says no. Now, the interesting thing is, Greg, with the final version, you and I were in the movie and never even heard that a final version came out, or a preliminary, or to ask what our thoughts were on it.
Right.
They didn't want anything by us. We just found out later that it was done and it got out there. They didn't send us a link to say, hey, guys, we're going to go to Tribeca Film Festival. Forward some people, send some links out on social media and help us promote it. Our role was done. Our role was to be thrown under the bus. We both interviewed for 2 hours, and what was made in the movie was 2 30-second clips.
Yeah.
Whoa.
What is the point
Made the
of
movie.
having someone in and then not even telling them when it's gonna, like you said, if you're planning to go to the Oscars and go all the way to the top, you would want every single person involved to promote as much as possible.
Well, yeah, you want to promote
would think.
what you've been involved with, don't you?
Yeah.
We didn't even know until the movie came out. Someone on the Justice page said, "Hey, you guys know that they're showing the film at the Tribeca Film Festival." We're like, "Which
Ridiculous.
one? The one we're in?" They said, "Yes, you're in it."
Didn't they have Greg swatting a fly or something? I mean, with all like the
There's a flyer
great-
on his head, and he swatted it during the interview. That's what they put in the movie. That's
Right.
What
the answer right there.
it's like the Twilight Zone with all the great research that Dan has done, and and Greg as well, and like as far as asking you guys intellectual questions to get an informed answer, which is what a documentary would be, one would think. You know what I mean? Since you brought up Comel's mother and the terminal illness, to make things weirder, to show people how far the rabbit hole goes with this weird stuff, is this point when this GoFundMe pops up to collect money on the Facebook, and is that not Dan Jr. again, who's the beneficiary of that? And they collect a bunch of money, then it gets shut down right away. I have to assume that was Anjum who wasn't with it, because random people collecting money on a GoFundMe and under the auspices of a terminal illness, no less, is like seems absolutely despicable.
Well, that is one of the things, Ross. Glad you brought it up. We don't touch on that enough, but when the page first got started, we really focused on that GoFundMe campaign. The campaign was set up after David, Comel, and Rania were killed in this horrendous event. That it was first announced, I think, on the page, is Dan Crowley wrote it or Danny August Mason wrote it, and says, "We found out today that our friend passed away." We're like, well, that's odd, because they were brutally murdered. So then they die. Anjum Alam is dealing with his wife down in Waco, Texas, in a hospice care because of her ovarian cancer, and they're having a tough time paying bills. What comes up on the Gray State Facebook page group, not ours, but the group, says we're having a GoFundMe to raise $6 million.
That's what it was.
To raise money for medical issues for Nyla. The fund name was Medical Fund for the Crowley / Alam Medical Fund.
Mm-hmm.
So Greg and I look at each other like, why would Crowley's name be on the medical fund? That's odd.
Right.
The very next day, I log in, put $20 to the donation. No, 15. I donate $15 to this fund. I get automatic reply back, thanks for the donation, signed by Dan Crowley Jr.
Boom.
I get my screenshot. So why is Dan Crowley Jr. involved with this at all? He doesn't even know the woman. Doesn't even live in Texas. And may have met her once or twice. But when you go to GoFundMe, you go to create a campaign, it forces you to put in a goal amount. Mm-hmm. Now, Greg and I have looked into this. Other cancer, people dying of cancer, people going in for treatment, unexpected child cancer, they're going to raise $100,000, $200,000. You don't see $1 million out there. I've never seen $1 million, much less $6 million.
Right.
And so I go to Sidra and I said, why is Dan Crowley Jr. involved in a GoFundMe? Why is he working on this? And she brought it up to her dad, Anjum, and he says, you're shutting this thing down. I didn't even know about it. I knew nothing about this. No one asked me.
See,
where's this money even going?
Right.
So he had him shut it down. I get the money. I get the receipt. Next thing you know, the fund had raised $8,000. It was a week later, I think. The fund was shut down. We don't know to this day where the $8,000 went to, but why was Dan Crowley Jr.'s hands in the cookie jar once again?
So did your payment get kicked back to you?
No, it went through.
And like you said about the head of the cookie jar, everything with this guy just seems like a complete this is just
you're dealing with
complete lack of empathy, and every time it's like it's like a trip to the bank, it's the fake GoFundMe, it seems to be money motivated, and you know what I'm saying? That's just
David, I think what David found out in the last months of his life, that his inner circle, including his own brother, he was infested and infiltrated by the snakes in his own group.
Right.
And so he started to try to distance himself from some of these people, including his own father, that he turned down a couple times from babysitting his own daughter. He knew something was up, and he goes, I'm trying to distance. But the narrative, and Greg can back me up on this, the narrative we see in the movie is that David was isolating himself because he was in depression. He was financially in dire straits. He didn't know what to do after the movie makers says, no thanks, we don't want to have your filthy script, you're done. They used that and turned it against David, that he was isolating himself and was in a deep depression that ultimately took his life. That's how they spun it.
Yeah. Not knowing that, he could have had, completely legitimate and good reasons for every decision he made. Let's get back into the book, because I've been reading this the past few days, The Gray Stage, and Greg does a really excellent deep dive into the case and lays out the facts, as Dan said earlier, in quite a good timeline. I mean, you pretty much cover everything in there, Greg, so it's kind of hard to break down any one thing. But one thing that's interesting to me, I come from a bit of a background of researching this myself, is this chapter I finished recently on this possible paranormal activity that Sidra has when staying over with Ronnie. I just want to get your thoughts on what could have happened here and how you presented that chapter with this possible paranormal activity in the house.
I think there was something there, and then after watching A Gray State and watching what they did put into that film, with Kamel talking about how she heard something, she felt a presence. I do believe that there is a paranormal aspect to this case, and that is something that you're never going to be able to really prove. So right. I get why people don't spend a lot of time on it. It's a big hook, because it's one of the biggest ways that they can discount everything, that all of the research, everything that we've done. Sure. Once they hear that, they're like, oh, okay, these guys are really crazy. But I think what she said was truthful, and I don't have any reason to doubt it. And I think what made it into A Gray State pretty much confirmed what Kamel's sister said. It's really weird the way that it's in that film and how they don't really touch on it. They're just, again, they're just hitting beats. It's just beats to just stir up thoughts from different people. People that have had those type of things happen are going to just gravitate towards that. People that think that is complete BS are just going to not even go down that road. They're going to turn the whole film off and never look at this case. So absolutely. That's the only thing that I can say is I do believe that stuff can be real. I know one of the biggest anti-theories to the ghost theory, to a paranormal thing, is that they were TIs, that they were a targeted people. Mm-hmm. And that's why they weren't really seeing anything, they weren't really hearing anything. Somebody was putting that into their brain, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know anything about that. All that I can say is this is what she said. This is what Sidra said. She said that she saw a presence there. This is not when the bigger thing is, this is not when they lived at 1051 Ramsdale Drive. This is, I think this was in 2013 or 2012. So this is, prior to all of that happening. But
okay, so this is a different house than where the deaths take. Okay, see, I did not pick that up when I was reading that chapter. Okay, I'm glad you cleared that up for me.
Yeah, so I mean, it's just like it's one of those things that I didn't want to focus too much on, but at the same time, I felt that it was necessary because that's what she's told me. And
right. Well, you know what? That's information that you uncovered, and I still appreciate it. I appreciate you for putting that in there, because you could have easily left it out. You could have easily glossed over it and took the A Gray State route. Like, well, this is what she told me, but I don't believe in anything outside of the physicality in front of me. So, just gloss over it type thing. Go ahead, guys.
I was going to say, well, it's approaching it with an open mind, and you want to look at all theories to try and ascertain the answer. That's what that says to me.
I think we lost Dan, but luckily we got a lot of information. Oh, I think we got him back.
He's back.
Boom.
Yeah,
Bring
back.
it Dan.
That was the ghost that killed Dan.
Right when we covered that part.
Skynet will just be coolly rewrote as Legion, but I won't go into my recent rants on
the way this show has to go, it has to go that way, right?
Yeah.
So,
Just before I cut out there, Ross, you brought up a good point, and maybe that's another good point for a lot of the new members. David and Kamel lived in an apartment when they first got married and moved to Minnesota. They were in
Right.
Dallas or Waco or Texas. She went to Baylor University. Another strange thing, it's a Baptist Christian university, and she's Muslim.
right.
So they moved to Minnesota. They live in an apartment, have the baby. Then they just moved the prior December. They were in that house 12 months, only 1 year in Apple Valley in that actual house. And in fact, there's emails that have also been leaked a couple of years ago that show them working with a real estate agent in California to move to LA.
Mhm.
And so they were interested. Not only was the script ready to go, and he was signing off on the deals of the movie web-based series. They were signing off on the options and things like that. They were looking at real estate homes in California to move because he was going to be closer to the film and closer to the whole thing. So they were very happy, looking forward to the future, and did not have money problems at all. Sorry, but that's a good point. They were just in that house 12 months and all this happened.
Sure. I mean, one of the things that, it's just super frustrating about this to me is like, granted, Gaz and I had limited contact with David. It's like, I would have loved to reach out to him and consult to him if he was in this supposed state of isolation. But when you've only spoken to someone a few times in business, it's kind of hard to open up that kind of emotional channel. And the other thing about the whole Dire Straits financially thing is the check from Dan Crowley Sr. sitting outside on the front steps, like while the family is essentially dead inside the house, is like the most frustrating part in the world to me, because it's like, if it really was a financial thing and there's this check outside on the front door that no one checked, it's like little things like that drive me insane. Obviously, you can't go back in time and change the circumstances, but it's just like, I guess it's another part that doesn't really add up for me. What we were talking about when you just dipped out there for a second, Dan, was the parallel activity kind of chapter that, or at least mentioned that Greg has in his book, and also how they present that in the Kamel is hearing voices, she's cracking, she's going down this downward spiral with David. We can't trust her, she's in the pact. She's compromised, right? But then Sidra, who we have assuming nothing but genuine information from, also has the same report as well. So that's, kind of conflicting in my opinion with what you're showed in the A Gray state.
One point I want to bring up on that, Greg, we did, or for Ross and Gaz as well, is that the paranormal stuff was, I believe, legit in that previous house. And there may have been something paranormal in the current house. But to reiterate, it had nothing to do with the murder of the three.
For sure.
Much like saying David was drinking absinthe or using mushrooms, we think there's evidence to support those things as being factual or true, but it doesn't relate to the deaths of these three people. So we have to discount it and focus on just the facts.
Absolutely.
Were they a happily married couple? It sounds like all looks of it was. Did they have some arguments or discrepancies? More likely it did, but we can't focus on that because that had nothing to do with the killing. There may have been paranormal activity. There may have been strange things going on, but someone still shot David, and it wasn't him, wasn't himself. So we've got an issue there. So those things are true. The other part of the documentary that Eric Nelson did with A Gray State was he inserted a lot of the video footage that David took. David was filming all the time, making audio recordings all the time. He was a producer, a filmmaker. He was recording his child in the backyard playing. He was recording everything.
Right.
So they had access to all these gigabytes of data, and that's when they started cherry picking the items to use in the film that cast David in a poor light. Now, the video footage is true. It's not a hoax. That's actual video footage that was used. Are they using it in a way to construe something and lead the viewer down a wrong path? Yes, but it's not a hoax. It's not made up. It's not footage that's not photoshopped.
Yeah,
It's not
created
altered. It
or
is footage. There's footage of David doing some strange things. There's footage of Comel doing some very strange things. There's footage of Rania having a tantrum in the basement. Those are actual footage. But the way they presented it is to shed bad light on the family and to
Right.
discredit David, discredit Comel, and discredit Rania. The Alam family, and this is my last thing. I gotta jump off here in a few minutes. The Alam family was more disgusted. Remember this, Greg, when we found out when the movie came out, after they took their pieces out of Anjum and Sidra, the sister and the father of Alam, of the Alam family. They did. Eric Nelson and his staff obliged and took those pieces out. What they put in, or the reason they got angry, I think, Greg, was the hallucination scene that they put in on purpose to discredit Comel, who had nothing to do with this whole murder case.
right.
That's the thing that when Anjum saw that and Sidra, they're like, no, you're really trying to put a spin on this whole documentary, and we want
Yeah.
out. So they inserted that not only to discredit David, they went so far as to discredit his wife, who's another
For sure.
innocent victim in this case that they threw under the bus. That to me is sickening.
Yeah, I totally agree. Do you want to shout out any of the recent series of cases you're following, Dan, and just where people can find you and to join the Justice Group?
They can join the Justice Group there. I'm under DM Hennon on Twitter and YouTube channel under Dan Hennon. There's also a Justice page for, I'm following the Jennifer Janes author, The Strange Death in November from her. She's the Amazon bestseller author. Her body was found. She was writing some books on the anti-vaccination world, anti-vax, and young, healthy, two boys that she loved, two twins, and allegedly shot herself one day. So that is strange. Greg and I have both followed the Philip Marshall case in Calaveras County, California. We've got a Justice page for that. And most recently, I've been covering the DHS whistleblower Philip Haney's strange death that took place in Plymouth, California last month, where they said he allegedly shot himself. He had a book coming out. He was engaged to be married and was blowing the whistle on some things. And the official narrative that he pulled over onto a wayside rest, got himself out of the car, shot himself, and they ruled it a suicide. And so that's another case that obviously isn't the case. He was blowing the whistle on some things that took place in the Obama White House years ago.
Right.
But religious man, a very faithful guy, and Christian, and they said he just killed himself. So those are some of the cases that I've been following, but you could reach me there. But Greg's book, I just want to say that there's 16 chapters in Greg's book. Each chapter of this book goes into a deep dive on a particular topic, and it's backed up and sourced by the facts. Who made the quote? Who sourced some of the situations in the case? But these 16 chapters are fact-based. Not only fact-based, there's a source list at the back of the book that provides the link to every single thing that he's talking about. Many of this is right from the law enforcement's mouths themselves or the detectives.
Yeah.
Quotes.
Direct interviews.
Quotes from the police chief. Quotes from the lead investigator. Actual quotes that we've caught them so many times in. I don't want to go as far as to say lies, Greg, but caught them in statements that are. I'll just leave it at this. Contradictory statements.
Yeah,
Family,
inconsistencies.
friends, and law enforcement are very contradictory, and so Greg does a good job pulling all this stuff together in his book. I think it's the best book that's out there on this case at all.
Good, good.
Was just in that analogy there where he's saying about referring to their answers, for want of a better word. Dan, it reminds me of an episode of UFO Hunters years ago where they were interviewing. He was a very senior ranking general, and they asked him outright, he's not going to confirm anything, and he was kind of smiling, like, his eyes were saying something else, smiling like, I can neither confirm nor deny, but everything his eyes revealed, yes, you're onto something, but I can't say. So yeah, I just thought it was interesting to hear that.
can admit it. I do want to say the one thing about, I guess the I don't even know what the word was, but the accusation of David's occultism and kind of ritual ceremony thing. When he makes this statement that like he has a soft spot for the Antichrist, like maybe I just interpreted that wrong, but I interpreted that from a screenwriting perspective. Like, so he has like a soft spot for people using the Antichrist concept and writing about it. I didn't really, if he's a Christian and all that, he has a soft spot for the Antichrist, which is like, it's a guy he would like to have a beer with and get to know sometime. I thought he meant, specifically using the concept in writing was how I took it, you know what I mean? But I suppose it's open to interpretation. A couple other cases I want to throw out there real quick just before Dan goes. The Michael Rupert case, the guy who created the Collapse book and documentary, he supposedly committed suicide. I mean, apparently that one is confirmed, but with the content that he was covering in Collapse, I have to say that that's highly questionable. And also Hunter S. Thompson, the timing of his suicide. Again, he's covered a lot of, kind of inflammatory stuff, but he was writing the Kingdom of Fear book about 9/11 and the Bush administration response to 9/11. So, I mean, this whole suicide thing comes up a lot is basically, the whole point I'm trying to make. Or you just have something like Malcolm X where they're just going to blame some guys that literally were nowhere to be found when the actual event happens. But thank Dan very much. I want to thank him for his work on the case and also helping out Greg with the Gray Stage book and spending time with us here today. Definitely shout out to all the truthers in the group, and make sure you guys keep following Greg and Dan's work in the group. Been a grand old time having you boys. I do have some more. I want to go back into the screenplay with Greg because I have my opinion coming, and I honestly thought it needed some work, man. Like I saw a very working status form in the script, which again we don't know. This could be literally the first prototype, right? Because we don't know if this is I would say it doesn't appear to be a final copy, but man, I for $60,000 into and what we saw with the concept trailer, man, I expected a lot more for the screenplay, man. Like I was really excited that was going to be on, blockbuster level, especially, with the amount of detail that's in the concept trailer, that's where I was at with it.
Well, they made that trailer for $6,000, and that was back in 2012.
Absolutely.
And if you look at the concept trailer, it's very, very different from David's script, from the May 12 script, But whatever our view is on David Crowley's script, the main thing is that script is what created that deal. That was
for sure.
For sure. So
well, I mean, I would say the concept trailer created the deal. But obviously, he's not selling them a couple of minute concept trailers. You said he's selling them a feature film screenplay. So
you're right.
I totally agree.
Yeah, you're definitely right on that. Yeah.
Because if you get 3 million views, it's much easier to say like, "Hey, dude, this got millions." Like it's not. You're not going to it with a 200 view trailer. Like it's really good. Trust me.
Well, that would be the other thing too, I guess, is to go back and look at before everybody found out that David Crowley died, how many views did that trailer have? And then after his death, how many did it generate? But I still think it's at least 1 million, 2 million views before he died. I forget.
Yeah, that's what I think. It's like between 1 million, 1.5 million after. And then that's, like you said, a Gray State with the Botch Rise coming out. Obviously, you guys, this group, and a lot of other, not that you guys are following the case. You're not necessarily saying, hey, go watch the concept trailer, but I assume a lot of people are finding it from you guys' research if they hadn't previously heard of it.
Yeah, they definitely are. Yeah, I don't know. I really liked it. I really thought that the script, there was a few things that I would have taken out. I think, the one thing that we learn is everything in that script has to make sense. It has to lead you into the next scene. And there were a couple things that I thought that he could have taken out but that's just small nitpicky things too. But I really thought that if you were to take out the fall of the dollar and replace it with what we're seeing now, you pretty much have what is happening now.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I'm not arguing with the relevancy, you know what I mean? And also, you know, the other problem with it is that whole pre-apocalyptic martial law, Mark of the Beast. I mean, all of those things are stuff that like Alex Jones covered in like, you know, Police State 2000. Like, and I'm not just saying, you know, that was David's one resource. There's like a million documentaries that cover that stuff. You know what I mean? My whole problem is, like you said, it's very different for the concept trailer. And if what you're pitching us is these concepts for the concept trailer, but then you take out the Masonic beheading because maybe that's too inflammatory. You take out the public. There was certain imagery that I was expecting to see in the feature film because it was like these big moments in the trailer. You're like, it was what I'm talking about is impact, the emotional impact I had from seeing the visuals. And like you said, I think they covered it in a Gray State too, when you see those black armored FEMA troopers kind of beating down the peasants, you know what I mean? And then Time Magazine basically has a cover that is something that you've seen in the Gray State trailer, and it kind of has that kind of Main Street imagery. I was expecting this, you know, to really see that. And what I felt really lacked was like the emotion. Like I didn't feel this emotion from the screenplay that was a impending doom of the suppression of our freedom. If what we're talking about is the whole collapse, but before our eyes, that comes with a very emotional, like you're going to walk outside your door and you're going to be on your own. No one is going to come to save you. Not the police, not the National Guard, not you know what I mean? Not only that, to take it a step further, you might be an enemy. You might be a non-combatant. So then, like, not only are you fighting for your own survival, you are fighting oppression, you know? And I felt, not to say that they couldn't sell it to these Hollywood writers that a lot of people were saying in the group, but
the big thing, one thing that we need to, I mean, the script starts out, right? Well, I mean, it starts out in Afghanistan first, so they're chasing Osama bin Laden. He gets away, blah, blah, blah. But when the movie really starts, the collapse has already happened. So they're already under this. So so David's character, Daniel Walker, is already there, and the twist is when he becomes the person who is a victim of a false flag. So there is a bombing that happens and he's blamed for it. And so then it's like, okay, why would they ever blame him for it? Now, if you watch the first scene and if you watch some of that stuff, you kind of get a glimpse. So I get that there's pieces missing because it's like, okay, what made him so special that they had to blame him for this false flag? I think the tie that David Crowley, the writer, was trying to make was that they were after him for whatever he did in Afghanistan.
For sure.
And looking at the David Crowley case, speaking with some soldiers who are very reluctant to go public about David Crowley and all of that, there have been some weird theories about things that happened when David Crowley served, and that things that he might have seen, people that might have been killed, curses that might have happened to these people who ran over children over in Afghanistan, things like that. Theories. All obviously that stuff you won't find in my book. There is a lot that you will not find in this particular book. But you know, that's a big rabbit hole. When you start thinking about what did David Crowley go through while he served at the worst possible time. I mean, think about that. What, 2005 to 2009? That's horrible. I mean, this is right after September 11th. This is right when they go in there. There are so many stories that you could talk with any soldier who served over there during that time. It's hell. It was hell.
I mean, I'll put it like this, you know, since we've been dealing with this whole fiasco, and I mean all of us, you know, I've been following it, you and Dan have been on the front line when this, you know, obviously if you guys don't know, I was an investor in the crowdfunding, and it's like, for me, it's like, all I ever asked is that, you know, I would have loved to have a conversation with Danny August Mason about what is the plan for the project, given that you guys got $60,000+ crashed and burned. This thing happened to David. It's copyrighted, so the script can't move for 70 years. Blah, blah, blah. I would have loved to have that discussion, because if you would have ever had that dialogue with him, I would have definitely given that question to you. Like, dude, ask him this. And, you know, when I mentioned that I did this Champion of Liberty perk for $1,000, which, you know, I make enough money independently in music that I'm able to do such things. I know a lot of people can't, but we talked about it when I came on with you and Dan way back when. Someone put $10,000 into this crowdfunding campaign, and with Sean Wright and Eric Sayward or whoever else messaging you guys on Facebook and threatening you guys that they're going to do something. Bro, if I put $10,000 into your crowdfunding campaign and you guys freaking shelved the project, I would have been Googling every single one of your addresses and showing up to your door, knocking on your front door to have a conversation, bro. I would have went down the list, and I would have had a face-to-face with every single. The $1,000 I can eat, and it's whatever, because like I said, I'm a screenwriter myself. I have my own crew where we do these kind of stuff. And so I was kind of thinking, not something I would ever say on camera, hint, 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 but if I were to write a similar project, I would think about dedicating it to David to try to get this done how I would get it done. And I see what you're saying about David using his personal influences, and of course he has to use his own personal experience to write. That's the only way that you can write, right? But
Right.
I also felt that it somewhat lost focus with the whole Iraq and Afghanistan bin Laden thing. I know that David used that through line because that's his personal experience. Makes perfect sense for him writing it. For me writing it, I think I would avoid bin Laden and Iraq and Afghanistan altogether, because at one point it's slightly outdated at this time. And for two, if you already don't know about that stuff, I don't think it's necessary to helping you understand pre-apocalyptic dystopian fall of the fabric of the government, or whatever we're talking about here, the collapse of capitalism. You know what I mean?
Right. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to have to actually go in a couple of minutes, guys. It's 12:30 here, and so we are going to have to wrap things up in a moment.
For sure, no worries. Do you have anything else on that stuff, guys?
No, I'm to be honest with you, and this is to everyone watching and listening. I'll be straight up. I'm completely out of my depth, because I'm a complete noob to this, and I don't really know anything about it. Like I said, I watched the documentary on Netflix. I've read a couple of articles. I'm still more I've just come out even more confused. There's definitely, as I've repeated throughout the show, there's definitely something missing. But I don't have that knowledge, about everything related to it. What's going on? I just think, though, it's interesting that the guys have been approaching it with many different angles, from paranormal to whatever, and It's not going on a conspiracy theories, just saying, hey, we're asking questions here, there's more to this, we just want to try and find out basically what happened.
Well, I mean, you know that, like, how long I followed this basically this discussion.
Yeah, I haven't, bro.
Well, at least with the project, I mean, this discussion me and Greg are having is interesting because of the concept trailer. I was a David Crowley Gray State fan, and Greg wasn't. Now that this so-called revision version of the feature film has left, now me and Greg have kind of reversed positions, because he really liked it, and I thought that it needed a lot of work. You know what I mean? So it's kind of hilarious. Like, I was this huge fanboy of the trailer, like, oh my God, that's the best trailer I've ever seen. Greg knows I was a Gray State fan. He reads it and he's like, I thought this was a really interesting screenplay, one of the best I've ever read. And then I read it and I'm like, dude, I thought that it needed a lot of work. Like, I probably wouldn't even invested, because stuff like this, I've heard people throw around, like, I wish Mike was still with us, because, for some of the stories that we're familiar with, Mike is working on a film called Townies. It's an Irish crime kind of film. I think it was even, what is that Matt Damon movie with Robin Williams when he's the teacher, Good Will Hunting, right? Yeah. So the Good Will Hunting, that was I think that was sold for like $600,000 when they first pitched it. So I mean, for like a Hollywood screenplay, it's like 50, 60,000. Is about like ballpark for that kind of offer. So it's just interesting for some guy to invest $10K and for them to get like around 60, 65, like, and then some guy was trolling you, Greg, saying like, oh, 30 million? Oh, that's like a Hollywood comedy movie. Like, let's put that into perspective for that dude, because he had no idea what he's talking about. Terminator 1 as Caesar said, guys, was like an $800,000 or $900,000 budget. Granted, it was the 80s, and the blockbuster wasn't a thing yet. Blah blah blah. But what I'm saying is, action sci-fis have been made for less than $1 million. So don't try to come to us and John Wick, I think I was telling you guys before. John Wick had issues around $20-30 million. Keanu Reeves invested his own money to get it finished. John Wick 1. Now, and that was basically considered like a indie Hollywood film for their standard. You know what I mean? So when people throw around these 30 million, 60 millions, blah blah blah. But yeah, it's just Greg, I found it super unfocused. I didn't find the characters. I didn't really have any emotional attachment to any of them. Like even the villains. Like I'm like I gotta hate the villains. You know what I mean? Especially in something where we're coming and taking your freedom away. These guys need to be the most like heartless of all time. Now, not to say David couldn't have tightened all this stuff up and got it ready, but it's just like, and I found it super unfocused. Even the Native American theme, like I appreciate the concept of him putting the Lakotas in there, but what I would have liked to have seen, I wish we had Mac with us, guys, is the natives are people who were completely exterminated by European colonists. You know what I mean? What I would have liked to have seen is that same fighting spirit that they were fighting for their literal existence with during colonization against this totalitarian government. I would have liked to seen that come out. I would have liked to seen those Lakota rituals to add. He writes like the Lakota performs a Lakota prayer over the body. I got to see the actual ritual, and I got to know the purpose of it, because I would have liked to actually seen the Lakota spirit. You know what I mean? That was missing from that Lakota theme. Like, so I'm not saying he didn't put things in there that I thought were good, but I just didn't see any like extrapolation on it as opposed to. Also, I mean, I know we said we weren't sure what we were going to do about the spoilers. When the whole revolution gets behind Daniel, like, dude, I gotta see a reason for that. It can't just be like, hey, there's one guy out there getting false flagged and he's fighting the revolution by himself. We're all gonna go follow him. Like, I gotta see what he did to win them. It's just like certain cliches, like you were saying. Like, I felt there was just like certain cliches in there that are like, dude, it's too predictable. Like, you could see that coming from a mile away. You got to get us emotionally invested, and then we got to feel it. And like I said, who knows? Maybe this is a super early prototype. But I don't necessarily agree that if you just sold it to a bunch of Hollywood writers, they would have fixed everything right away. Like, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying maybe if David took it to the right people and they gave him the right feedback, I think all that stuff would have been tightened up to the point of, and maybe for a series, if it's like 3 or 4 series, that's like 10 episodes each. So maybe you would have seen all that stuff play out over story arcs, you know what I mean? But yeah, I thought it needed major work, man. And maybe I'm just being too critical because we've been waiting 10 years. So maybe I made the standard too high for myself. But like, I was like, the talent that I saw in the concept trailer, I would literally say that as far as filmmaking, I know he was an early filmmaker. I'd literally say David was probably a genius. However, maybe that was more of a directing talent that came across in the concept trailer as opposed to screenwriting. It's literally a completely other, a different talent than what directing is. Now, you do have some screenwriter directors in Hollywood, guys like Stanley Kubrick and Ridley Scott, but not always. You got to keep in mind, a lot of those Hollywood directors just, Scarface, for instance, you have somebody else write it for you, and then Brian De Palma directs it. You see what I'm saying? So doing both is very, very difficult. I don't expect some starting out guy to just get in there and knock them both out and amaze us. Correct. So
sadly, guys, I got to wrap up. It's 12:35 a.m. for me here now.
Okay,
so
my friend. Well, thank you.
If we can do a follow-up show. I know you don't want to cut off your response to Ross there. I do want to jump on one thing as a nerd, and I noticed it. Especially being into martial arts and stuff myself, immediately when you said I'm into martial arts movies, like see more fights, well, being as somebody who's into all of that and watches all of those kind of movies too, I immediately gravitated to that and thought, right, I want to ask him about martial arts movies. One Time, your love and passion of them. I watch a ridiculous amount of them. Even that series, the recent series, which I've been talking about all the time on recent shows, Warrior, set in San Francisco in the 19th century. You've got all the Chinese gangs fighting with the Irish gangs for control of San Fran. Awesome. But yeah, I better shut up or I'll make myself even late. I can talk about that stuff all day.
Yeah,
man.
well, I believe it was Jeet Kune Do, which was
part two,
the martial art. Yeah, definitely. The Jeet Kune Do was what Danny August Mason studied, which is the Bruce Lee martial art,
Yeah,
as you know, guys, which is what they were going for Gray State, which I think would have been original because you don't see it a lot on screen. I would say that was definitely, obviously, David comes from a military background, so I'd say the whole like, when he described like the military stuff, the Iraq, the Afghanistan, the hand-to-hand combat, the guns and the weapons, as Greg was saying, I think that was what he did best. But as for everything else, which is like the story arcs and the emotion and the dialogue, I mean, that's what a screenplay is. So you could definitely see what his strengths were. And I think that would have, if they went to set, David would have been the military advisor, you know what I mean? Because that's who, make sure everything is accurate on set. Like guys are holding the, weapons correctly and all the equipment and everything. So you could see, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, I look forward to a part 2, and we can dive a little bit.
Yeah. Let's do a post game. If you want to have me and Gaz on, over on the Gray Stage, we could come over there and do a post game with you. If you want to come, you guys want to come back with us. However you guys want to do it.
And also, Greg, if you just want to come on one time for a general discussion on the movies and music as well, even the creative process, we often get off topic. One of our co-hosts, Caesar, shout out to Caesar of Sea Dark Films. We do that with everybody. We just look for an excuse, and then we greenlit like yes.
Wait for him to say action movies.
Yeah,
okay, he said it.
That's pretty much it. But
Sounds good.
It's certainly would be an interesting topic, especially chatting about indie film now, where it seems to be. And again, this would be a debate for a whole other show, but with Disney pretty much owning most of the movie industry, and it's getting harder and harder for other properties to get out there now. I did creative writing and screenwriting at school myself, graduated 2 years ago, so
Nice.
It's something I'm very interested in. I do want to send shouts to everybody. I know I've missed some folks. Shout out to Catherine, Sophia, Steve, aka MC Therapist, Alphabetic as well.
Yes, sir. Didn't see it there.
Mike O'Day as well. Thanks for coming through, man. Reach out to Ross if you want to come on the show as well. I know we had you on way back in the day. Of course, thanks to Dan for joining us, and anybody who's listened or listens back in the podcast. Very interesting for sure, and yeah, definitely lots out there. So do you just want to shout out where people can find you on the internet, Greg, for us just before we pop off?
Real quick, one thing before that, just a question for the fans and the group.
Okay.
So since it looks like Gray State is never happening, if someone was going to do a similar kind of project, would you guys want to see it? That would be a question for the fans. And then Greg, let everybody know where they can find you, where let them get
Greg
your
Fernandez Jr. Yeah, that's it.
And
Greg
also, is it thegraystage.wordpress or just Gray
Correct.
Stage? Yeah, okay.
thegraystage.wordpress.com. That's right.
Yeah, and a Gray Stage YouTube channel as well. Subscribe there. Go get Greg's book. It's the hard copies. You have the link are on a specific site and the free download PDF.
Yeah, the hard copy is on lulu.com, and I'll make sure that everybody has that. But if you go to the website, follow the link, you'll definitely find it.
Greg's enjoying a little red wine. I think I'm going to go get a drink myself. I might have a couple things after this.
Thank you guys. I really appreciate your help with this. Thank you so much.
No, it was overdue, man. I've been working with you guys for like 5-6 years, and
I know,
me and
right?
guys do like a weekly show, and you guys do a weekly show, and it never occurs to us like, hey, maybe we should do it together. Anyway, stay tuned for part 2. Shout out to Greg and Dan. Subscribe, all of us. Follow all of us.
Yeah.
And another successful show. Shout out to the fans who came through.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for everybody for supporting it. Everyone stay safe at the moment as well. And we'll get through this and we'll be okay. And just look out for each other and stay safe, y'all. Talk to you soon.
We never got to ask them about COVID-19, but that's okay. I'm not really. There's been enough about it.
It's not going anywhere.
Neither are we.
Yeah.
One thing, quick, guys. I just want everyone to shout out the channel American Spy Fox. That kid does an awesome Nirvana Kurt Cobain series. I'm going to try to get him for an interview as well. I'll send his channel over to Greg and Dan if they want to follow that stuff.
Yeah,
it's really good. Check that out, guys. All right, thank you, everybody. Ancient Vision stuff.
All right, thanks all. Peace.
Respect.
Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is July 11th, 2017. I'll be joined with guest host Greg Fernandez Jr. And between the both of us, we're going to review the movie documentary called A Gray State by Eric Nelson. This is the documentary that Eric Nelson and his team put together relating to the David Crowley and the family murders and the project called The Gray State. It was premiered at the Tribeca Film Festival. The film, once again, is a documentary called A Gray State, not to be confused with the Gray State project that David Crowley was working on, or Gray State: The Rise, the documentary that David Crowley did. But this is called A Gray State, which is really just a documentary based on this whole events of the deaths of the family of 3 in Apple Valley, Minnesota. Is that a good way to summarize it, Greg?
Yeah, it's basically a documentary of the documentary and of the life of David Crowley, and more so, not really his life, but his death is kind of what it seems to really be focused on. And this whole alt-right thing, the key word that I keep hearing is alt-right, right wing, you know? It's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, it's really pushing the envelope there on some of these reviews of the movie.
Yeah, and there's no facts to really back up any of this alt-right crap. So.
Yeah, and the movie was the documentary that Eric Nelson directed was taking, I think it was up to 13,000 hours of different footage and audio and home movies and selfies, and David awfully seemed to film a lot at home all the time. Anything that came up, it seemed to film. So once they got a hold of all of this footage and video and photographs and video, they really went to town on making this movie, and it really brought out some new things. Now, I haven't seen it myself, and neither have you, but it just came out. It was previewed in the Tribeca Film Festival. Now, lately, it was shown in the Nantucket Film Festival, and then I think next month it makes its premiere in the Australian Film Festival. Now, tonight's show topic will really be the reviews that we're seeing on this website called the Rotten Tomatoes movie review website. And the reason that we're dedicating this section tonight for this episode is there's only 5 reviews out there on this movie, and all I think were added in a 1 week time period, and they all say basically the same thing with a little different verbiage, and then nothing's been added since, and all the 5 reviewers give it 2 thumbs up, or in this case 100% really on the tomato meter, as this great documentary. But yet there's no poster on the movie, there's no information on it, the audience has it written in, there's no other comments, there's just 5 critics, and they say what a great movie it is. So tonight's episode will be basically on this, and what I'll do is I'll pull this up, Greg, and there's only the 5 reviews, and we're going to go through one at a time and basically bring them up. How does that sound for you?
Cool, sounds good. Yeah, I think people should, check out this site, and if they want to, start leaving comments. I think I might just leave a comment here in a day or two.
Yes, good idea. And the other thing too is reviewing these comments and reviewing these reviews. Keep in mind too, as many of us talk about the compromised media and the mass media as tools and slaves and basically working for the man. These reviews, as I read them, do not seem to be authentic reviews. They're still seem to be pushing a narrative. So, for the listeners out there, when you watch this, leave comments yourself below this video when we publish it, because hopefully it'll open your eyes and ears when you read reviews in the future. Right off the bat, we'll start with Frank Scheck. Frank Scheck wrote a Gray State film review for the Tribeca Film Festival. Although several self-identified citizen investigators, he's referring to us here, by the way, attempted to prove that the family was murdered, the quote, credibility means nothing to me, one of them ironically comments. And that's a shot towards you, Greg, there. I believe
I was wondering who that was about.
That was exactly, and I'll get to that too, because this is a good one to start with, because I know exactly what you meant when you said that, but he obviously took it the wrong way. It goes on to say the film makes its case methodically and persuasively. Nelson, who's produced such Werner Herzog documentaries such as Grizzly Man, Herzog returns the favor by serving as this film's executive producer, clearly knows his way around obsessive personalities, and in Crowley he's found a compelling textbook example of obsession descending into madness. And so right off the bat, Frank Scheck goes in and makes a couple, I wouldn't say condescending, but comments, and then really throws Crowley under the bus as an obsessive person here who has descended into madness. And that's a common theme on these reviews too, is painting, I would call this the David Crowley case, going down that path of the movie The Shining, the Stephen King movie The Shining is what I'm kind of referring to, is they're painting David Crowley into this person who's gone off the deep end. Werner Herzog is the executive producer of Eric Nelson's documentary about the mysterious deaths of an alt-right filmmaker and his family. So there we get the phrase alt-right right off the bat.
Right-wing media provocateur Alex Jones recently admitted in court that he's merely playing a character. We're already here talking about Alex Jones. All of a sudden, the focus, an article that is supposed to be about David Crowley and this alt-right filmmaker who killed his family, all of a sudden it turns to Alex Jones. And they call Alex Jones someone who is associated with the right wing. Well, I don't believe there's any proof that Alex Jones is associated with the right wing. I don't believe Alex Jones, really gets into that, to the Democrat-Republican thing. I think he's getting a lot of flack now because of his stance on Trump. But really, this has nothing to do with Alex Jones. It goes on again, talking about exploring the alt-right phenomenon through the prism of a conspiracy theory involving its subject's demise. A gray state in which Jones makes a brief appearance provides timely political commentary along with a fascinating true-life crime tale. Here we are talking about an alt-right filmmaker, and then we move to Alex Jones. And I think that's a big problem, because what is the tie between Alex Jones and David Crowley? There are some, but they don't really go into that. They don't really mention how many times has Alex Jones had David Crowley on. I've only found maybe one, maybe two.
Yeah, I think it was,
maybe
I think
twice.
It was once or twice, but that was about it. And Jones supported it along with a bunch of other folks in the alternative media. But in working with the Gray State and the David Crowley, he was very prominent to ensure not to use Republican Democrat paradigm in any of his work. I mean that, and now what we're getting in the reviews is that all over again. The shoving the left side, right side, divide and conquer, and that was not Crowley's aim. I think from being a libertarian standpoint on this project, is to mainly open up and open up their eyes and educate the people, not left-right paradigm, not right, left, alt-right and everything else. But the review right away goes into this Alex Jones connection, and as a discrediting attempt.
Eric Nelson has also said he would consider David Crowley a libertarian. And I think we're going to find that too. It's like, well, where is this alt-right thing coming from? Like, why are these articles so slanted? I don't think that this movie is going to solve what really happened. But maybe I'm wrong. Wouldn't be the first time. Now,
the self-identified citizen investigators, I think he's referring to you and I.
Why do you think that's us? That's so funny.
That is exactly because one of your quotes on your exchange with Sean Wright right at the beginning on an instant message was, "You're going to lose all credibility if you go down this road." And you said back to him, "My credibility means nothing to me. I'm not out for how I'm viewed down the road. I'm out for the truth," is what you said.
Okay.
And that, I think, is what he's driving at here by saying how ironic it is. Now, I'd like to jump in here and opine personally that it's the same with me. So I agree with you, Greg, here that credibility for me on this case means nothing, as far as I'm not trying to do research into this case to be credible on the street or to have street cred or to look good or to look bad. It's to get the truth out there, irrelevant of the credibility and how it makes me look as a person, sheds me in a good or bad light. That's what you were referring to there, and that's what Sean Wright was so concerned about by saying if you jump in this, you're going to lose street cred on the outside by delving into this case, and you said, I don't care about that.
Gotcha.
I want the truth to come out. So that's the whole point with investigators like what we have here on the Justice for David Crowley pages. It's the people that want the truth, irrelevant if they like it or not, if it sheds them in a good light or not, or if it sheds them in a positive or negative light. We don't care about that, is what this whole point is trying to be. We want the truth out there.
Right, and they're trying to kind of spin that
Correct.
by saying that the credibility, that I'm not worried about credibility because I don't have any, or I mean, I'm reading this. I've read this sentence like several times, and I still don't know what the crap this guy is saying. I might just have to ask him.
Yeah, you certainly could, but yeah, the two featured in the film is us on that Citizen Investigators, is who he's driving at there, and that's kind of a shot, an underhanded shot there towards us as not knowing what's going on. Now the next one is Nick Shager. Nick Shager writes for the Daily Beast. He made a comment on his review here from 4/20/17. The title on his review, not his review, but the article that he wrote reviewing the movie, An Alt-Right Filmmaker's Descent into Madness, Paranoia, and Murder-Suicide, is the headline. A documentary at Gray State examines the story of David Crowley, an Iraq veteran and alt-right filmmaker whose paranoia consumed him. So, right, we get back to your favorite word there, the alt-right. They're trying to spin a political side of this story,
Right.
left-right paradigm again, using those key words, and basically someone who is consumed by paranoia. They use the word descent into madness. It's back to The Shining. It's a Jack Nicholson episode here from the Stephen King movie, The Shining. It's what it comes down to.
Yeah, here's David. Here we go.
And it says the comment, which brings us back to Alex Jones, who appears on multiple occasions throughout A Gray State, thanks to David's fandom.
Oh.
So it
Isn't
brings
that
in
nice?
Alex Jones on this one as well. Yeah, they suggest here that David's uncompleted movie is a warning sign about the real horrific costs of promoting conspiracy theories to a gullible, volatile element of the public. As one friend remarks about the online criticism David received for not completing his project on time, whereas comic book fans might be nitpicky about a superhero movies, Gray State's target audience was another level of obsessive. These people are actually legitimately insane, though. That's the difference. That's the article here from the Nick Shager, and that's just one paragraph. I think I've got another one here saved, but he mentions once again the Alex Jones, mentions the alt-right, and mentions conspiracy theories, selling it to a gullible, volatile element of the public.
Yeah, if you read the first paragraph, it really has the whole first part has nothing to do with David Crowley. It's about Donald Trump, and it's about Alex Jones, it's about Sandy Hook, it's about all of these different theories that have nothing to do with this case and hopefully have nothing to do with this film, because that's not the real story here. These guys are missing the whole point. They're missing the real story here. And to me, that is ironic that these people are in these places where they can write these stories and they expect us to take them seriously, but they will not cover the actual story. And why do all of these reviews sound exactly the same? They're worded a little bit differently, but it's basically saying the same thing with the same cast of characters and with the same lies. I mean, there is no alt-right. The alt-right has nothing to do with this. Donald Trump has nothing to do with this. Alex Jones, they have nothing to do with this. It's not about that. It is about, did this guy kill his family and himself, or did he not? That's what I hope that this movie will focus on. I still have high hopes that it will focus on that. And after we watch this movie, that we will walk away wanting to do more research. That's what I hope it does.
Correct. It says here too that it does say that the movie employs an enormous amount of footage shot by David as he prepped his opus, as well as plentiful home movies and interviews with friends, relatives, and coworkers. Eric Nelson depicts his subject as a vet so disillusioned by his combat tours of duty that he became gripped with paranoia about the military-industrial complex's nefarious intentions. Expressing that through his film, he gave a voice to those on the nascent alt-right who spend their days and nights dreaming of violent rebellion in the name of liberty.
Oh, right.
So we get this vet now so disillusioned by his combat tours. Now they're hinting at PTSD, paranoia, and it mentions the alt-right. So it also goes on to say that the police deemed it a murder-suicide that was pre-planned by David, replete with an iTunes playlist soundtrack created just for the occasion. So it's just a very condescending note here written in the review of a guy who went off the deep end. PTSD, military, paranoia. These words we're hearing is the paranoia types of phrases over and over again.
Yeah, and this guy is actually saying that the cops are saying that David created this iTunes playlist just for this, just so he could commit these crimes.
Specifically
that doesn't make any sense.
And that's what he's alluding to here.
That's kind of what it sounds like. Yeah, if I'm reading this right
and it
again.
says the word pre-planned. So a soundtrack created just for the occasion leads the reader once again to premeditated events and things that were done way in advance to come up with this murderous rampage.
Right.
So they're leaving they're alluding to, they're planting the seeds in the heads of the reader that this was premeditated, and it's a slam dunk, open and closed case. Once again, tying it all off in a nice bow for the reader to look at, rather than letting the person watch the movie and come up with their own conclusion.
Right, because they never take the time to explain why they think this was pre-planned, and yet at the same time, David snapped.
Correct.
How do they explain that? Well, they just don't talk about it and hope nobody asks about it. But, of course, people are going to ask about it. They know that a lot of people are asking. They have a responsibility. The police, from the beginning, had the responsibility to give the public as much facts as possible, so that way a lot of people wouldn't be jumping to conclusions and wouldn't, have all of these outlandish theories, blah, blah, blah. But it's just like... and then now it seems like this film is going to kind of, is it going to counter that? Is it going to really answer these questions, or is it just going to kind of gloss over some of these things that we've been very focused on? I'm kind of worried about that too, is that they're going to try to get everybody to focus on something else and not focus on the real story here and the real facts and the real questions.
Correct. I agree 100%. It's all meant to distract and derail the person watching watching it, the film, and coming up with these various preset conclusions, rather than being open-minded and exploring and researching what really went on here behind the scenes. Now, Nick Shager goes on to say on his review on Rotten Tomatoes, is a gray state slowly peels back the curtain on David's private life to reveal an increasingly unstable individual, one whose suspicions about institutional systems quickly blossomed into distrust of everything and everyone around him. So once again, we see the words, we see the suspicions, the unstable individual, leading here to the psycho, to the person who's lost touch with reality, a sociopath, essentially, distrusting everything and everyone around him. So there are some other key words there from Nick Shager.
Did the police see this stuff? Or is there stuff that people withheld from the police, or just didn't bother to tell them?
Well,
didn't think that it was relevant.
That's a good question, because of this 13,000 hours of information. I don't believe the detectives and the investigators went through all that stuff. It sounds like Eric Nelson and his group got their hands on this information and grabbed all of these hard drives and went through them and came up with the good stuff that was gleaned and put it into a movie in the format of a documentary. So I think they went through and picked and chose the good items there and turned it into a movie that would sell, that would, keep people entertained, but not really tell the story of what happened in that home relating to the murders.
Yeah, and this writer has got to be one of the worst. First of all, this was published on 4/20. I think he should have waited and sobered up.
Correct.
Because this whole article begins with Alex Jones and it ends with Alex Jones. Why is he trying to push so hard this tie between Alex Jones and David Crowley? Maybe because a lot of people know who Alex Jones is, or at least have some false sense of who Alex Jones is. And the readers of these websites, the ones who actually go there, doesn't sound like they're, fans of Alex Jones. They actually might have some ill will, some hatred towards Alex Jones. So if the author can psychologically, tie David Crowley with Alex Jones, then the people that don't like Alex Jones, well, maybe they won't like David Crowley either, and maybe they won't really look into what happened with David Crowley and his family. They'll just write it off. And I think they've been trying to write this off since day one. I think a lot of people have been.
Yeah, it's more modus operandi, the MO of these critiques, trying to slam home the fact that David Crowley was a nut job who lost touch with reality. That's it. It's just that's what they're trying. It's a discredit campaign, I think, is what these articles are setting out to do.
I think the good thing is at least he doesn't talk about our credibility, right? So that's good.
Yes. Now, Anthony Kaufman is the next one. He writes for Screen International. Anthony writes a tantalizing and fascinating real-life story. Now, keywords, real life. Throw that out the word truth, true, real life. Trying to send the message home that the case is closed, it's a done deal. A highly topical and resonant trip down the alt-right rabbit hole produced by Werner Herzog. This is what Kaufman writes there. Alt-right comes up again, the word rabbit hole.
Only took them 2 sentences. That's it. And the alt-right is back.
And it's right on back.
Oh boy. There it is. The alt-right rabbit hole. Okay, I don't know. I guess I'm going to have to figure out who is really a part of this alt-right and why are they connecting David Crowley to this alt-right thing?
Now, he writes on this article that I did a screenshot, says, but if the documentary begins as some kind of American movie for the alt-right, keyword, portraying a dedicated outsider, filmmaker's efforts to make his very own blockbuster, the story abruptly turns darker. In January 2015, Crowley was found dead along with his wife and daughter in their Minnesota home. Crowley's fans and devotees were quick to call foul play, suggesting that the U.S. government assassinated one of their would-be leaders. But the truth, as Eric Nelson reveals in his carefully plotted out and sympathetic investigation, is more tragic and sad than shadowy. What are some key words that jump out for you, Greg, on this one?
Well, so Eric Nelson has the truth. So basically they're saying this guy's saying this film is the truth. Everybody has their theories, and he's going to lump all of the fans, he's lumping them all into one small little box and saying this is what they all thought.
Correct.
Which is totally BS. I mean, there's so many different people that have so many different views or that don't have a conclusion. They haven't come to that point where they've said, okay, this is what happened. Yeah, there are many that have, but I think there are many more that have not. And this guy doesn't even address those. It's just, well, this is what the fans think. This is what these people think. And it's not true. And then he's going to actually use the keyword true in this. That's ironic too, to me. I mean, come on. It doesn't get any more ironic than that. And it always comes back down to the theory that the government killed him, which they know that is a key word for many people that are just going to go, that are going to roll their eyes and they're not going to want to dig any deeper.
Yep. And what I see here, Greg, is the phrase Hegelian dialectic jumps right out at me. It's suggesting two sides once again on everything that this Anthony Kaufman writes. He
Sure.
says Crowley's fans and devotees were quick to call foul play. That to me shows that the only people, what he's subliminally messaging here is the only people that call foul play in this entire case were Crowley fans and devotees. Now, I myself am not a Crowley fan before this case happened. I never heard of David Crowley, and I wasn't devoted to his work and even never heard of the Gray State Project. But I, on day one, was quick to call foul play on this case. There's many others like me and and yourself out there that called foul play that were not fans and devotees. So the article shows that the only people calling foul play were his big fans and supporters, what it makes the reader assume. Then he goes on to say that those who called foul play suggested it was the U.S. government that did it. Once again, Hegelian dialectic, one way or the other. If someone did kill him, it was the U.S. government. That is not what many of us are suggesting, that it was a top-level assassination. It could certainly be an option, but there's lots of different scenarios here. But this article is really pushing down the reader's throat that there's two sides. You're either with them or you're not. You're a nut job like Crowley's fans, or you're not. Everything that he's presenting here in this carefully crafted article is suggesting we, they, us, them, good, bad, all left-right paradigm. Now, he also goes on to say, but the truth, as director Eric Nelson reveals, is more tragic and sad than shadowy. So once again, it's bringing conclusion, it's bringing closure to this case that Eric Nelson has done the work with his team, investigated all the scenarios, and has put the truth here in one nice documentary that someone could watch and solve this case. The word truth is used, and that's what jumped out at me after reading this one.
If I was a fan, I'd be pretty pissed off. It also says, it calls David a would-be leader, one of their would-be leaders, as if these people really need leaders. It wasn't really about leaders. I mean, I don't see anywhere where David, at least publicly, considered himself a leader or where other people considered himself their leader. So it's always about, we need some type of a leader, Then he has to talk about truth. You don't know what the truth is. Eric Nelson will tell you he does not know what the truth is. I haven't seen this movie, and I can almost guarantee you that when you watch this movie, it will not be what the truth is. I think it'll be a lot more questions, as it should be, because there are a lot more questions that have not been answered. And I think we're right back to that same thing where the focus is what they want it to be. It's not about what really happened. And that's what's sad and shadowy here, is that they don't want to focus on the actual truth.
Correct. The leader, I remember reading one of the other reviews of this movie also, they called David Crowley a charismatic leader. They're trying to push that almost, I'm trying to think of the guy's name, James Jones, almost a Jim Jones concept is what they're trying to visualize, that he was some off-the-rails leader that people were blindly following. And I think that they're trying to make, to discredit part of this MO, to discredit David Crowley, that he was a David Koresh, Waco kind of a figure, is what they're trying to envision in people's heads because they can latch on to that. That's how I see these articles coming off, when they use the word leader, that is.
Yep, you're absolutely right.
All right, Jason Bailey is next.
He doesn't talk about alt-right too, right? He takes it a little easier on us.
Let's see what Jason writes. This is a harrowing portrait, how easily our own darkness can take us over if we let it. Jason Bailey, who writes for FlavorWire. Once again, darkness, this whole dark, it can easily take it over. It's called a harrowing portrait. Jason writes about that, and I got a clip here, and let's see what phrases he uses. On Christmas Day, 2014, an independent filmmaker named David Crowley killed his wife, 5-year-old, and himself.
On Christmas Day.
Right there, it's written as if it's a fact. It's written as truth and fact. And really, that's an opinion and a theory. But because of a cryptic clues that he left behind, and the fact that he was making a libertarian fringe thriller for the Alex Jones set, this horrible tragedy became fodder for conspiracy theorists who believe he was silenced for his anti-government leanings. Eric Nelson's sad and often chilling documentary argues that it was far less dramatic or extraordinary than that. Theirs was a sad story of a couple succumbing to despair and to the same kind of paranoia that infused his work. It's a hard movie to watch, as his private audio and video recordings serve as journals of a descent into madness.
Ooh, there's that word again.
But this is a harrowing portrait how easily our own darkness can take us over if we let it. So there's so many things on this phrase by Bailey here that it seems he got the script, tweaked it a little bit from what he was supposed to write, and then published his review. But once again, it's almost copy-paste items.
Yeah. It sounds like this.
It states to the fact that he did the killing. He left clues behind. He uses the phrase libertarian as a fringe thriller, mentions Alex Jones again as an attempt at discrediting the fans, and then he uses the phrase conspiracy theorists who do believe he was silenced for his anti-government leanings. Now,
and fodder. Don't forget fodder.
The word fodder there is another belittling, demeaning word here for those. But Hegelian dialectic, once again, if you do believe that he was silenced and someone did it, it was killed by the government because of his anti-government leanings.
Right. And that's it. That's all you get. It's either that or he's guilty.
It also mentions that the story is sad. It's a sad story of a couple succumbing to despair. And it goes on to say the word paranoia that was infused in his work. And they serve as journals. These audio and video recordings serve as journals of a descent into madness. It's back to The Shining. It's back to that Jack Nicholson character descending into madness. But is it him now, or is this review calling him and Kamel both descending into madness? You know, we've got this one theory where there's a pact that they both agreed to do this. There's people talking that David went mad and took Kamel with him. There's theories that David and Kamel both went mad at the same time. I mean, I can't even keep up with all these goofy scenarios going on here from what could have happened. All we know is that they had a descent into madness.
Oh boy, that was a tough 3 sentences. I think it's just like, yeah, that's really tough. First, he's telling us when they were killed, which nobody knows. Police don't even know that. And then he's talking about a libertarian fringe thriller. I've never even heard that term. I don't even know what that means.
Oh, now they're talking thriller instead of it's talking that the movie was made to be sold as a thriller on the fringe. You know, this fringe group conspiracy theories once again.
That are libertarians, right? That are within the libertarians.
There's a total of 5, and no one seemed to put any more reviews out there or comments on there for the last 2 months now. So it's been these 5 jokers right off the bat, and then it's kind of gone silent. Nothing out there. We get Chris Barsanti next. Barsanti writes for the Playlist, and he on April 27th writes on Rotten Tomatoes, a stingingly emotional portrait of an outwardly confident and well-rounded man who is actually descending into madness. Keywords, look for the keywords now. Madness, descent. It's all a little more of the same here with this one. Now, Barsanti writes, here's the headline he used for the Tribeca Review: When Fantasies Kill, the Murderous Madness of an Alt-Right Paranoiac in a Gray State. There's our same words again here. We're throwing in the alt-right, paranoid, and the word madness.
And check out the first sentence and see how accurate this sounds to you. Discussing a December 2015 murder-suicide.
There we go. Not long into Eric Nelson's tightly packed and disturbing documentary, A Gray State, discussing a December 2015 murder-suicide in a Minneapolis suburb that left filmmaker David Crowley, his wife Kamel, and their 5-year-old daughter Rania dead. Local journalist Corey Zarowski noted that it was catnip for conspiracy theorists, unquote. Why? Because for several years Crowley had been trying to make a feature film called Gray State that looked like something cooked up by a room full of Alex Jones fans after a 3-day Red Bull and Googling marathon.
What is that? Sorry, go ahead.
Please
continue.
It only gets better. The idea that Crowley, an Army veteran, habitué of alt-right sites would murder his family and write Allah Akbar in blood on the walls of their home before turning the gun on himself just wouldn't compute. So this is, now we get into some very condescending conspiracy theorists as considered morons, nerds, and geeks. They throw everything together here, even using the Corey Zarowski. Zarowski had the article in the City Pages that talked about the case that actually was pretty good, pretty well-rounded, I should say, not too good, but a well-rounded article in the City Pages in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. But he did throw the word in that he said that he thought that this story was catnip for conspiracy theorists. And so it also goes on to mention here that the feature film Gray State, that looks something cooked up by a room full of Alex Jones fans after a 3-day Red Bull and Googling marathon. And so this is just giving the reader the visual of nerds in their parents' basement, surfing the web all night long, using
that are Alex Jones fans.
Red Bull, yeah, and this is all to discredit.
Do these people not know that David Crowley was not an Alex Jones fan? I mean, do they not understand the vast differences between, Alex Jones? Do they not care about David Crowley's quote where he said, he didn't like the way Alex Jones was peddling merchandise to his fans and all that? It's like every article has mentioned Alex Jones.
I think they all got a nice little paycheck for writing the review and probably didn't do much thinking of after watching the movie at all. These are I think the script for these reviews are written by the propaganda unit, the propaganda arm of the CIA, and then these authors came in and tweaked a little bit to make them look authentic, and that was it. They made the press. It's sitting there now in the world to read on the Rotten Tomatoes website, which a lot of people do use. Good, honest people do use that site for regular movies, but they're going to come here, read this, and say, I'm not interested in watching some Looney Tunes dude kill his family.
This article does mention as a self-proclaimed citizen investigators. Again, okay. Dismiss the notion that the crime scene was what it appeared to be. Again, it's like, no, that's not. They're missing so many things. There's so much that is missing here from what. If you're gonna mention citizen investigators, at least be accurate in mentioning what they're investigating.
Correct.
Not that they're investigating that the bodies were moved or this or that. We're investigating the whole thing. We're doing what they should be doing. We're doing their job for them, and we're not getting paid for this.
Correct.
That really kind of bothered me. And then they talk about Alex Jones again and how they're clear not to mention Alex Jones. He's only mentioned once or twice. It's like, so at least they do go there, and it's just too bad that they had to spend a whole first paragraph on Alex Jones first, and then say, well, but it's not really about Alex Jones. If you get past that.
Yep, they're all very, very cut from the same cloth, all these articles and reviews written by the experts, and the documentary was done by experts, and we've got the facts, we've got the truth, the case is closed. No need to do anything more of the research. You just pop in this movie for 93 minutes and you've got your answers and you can move on with your life, is what the intention of these reviews are setting. Once again, I got the Rotten Tomatoes front page here pulled up. It's showing 100% on the tomato meter for A Gray State 2017. There's no poster even for it. Hopefully we can encourage you to go out and make a comment on the Rotten Tomatoes site if you'd like to, but for certain, try to leave a comment here on this YouTube video, and we'll see if other people are noticing the same kinds of things, or if you could leave comments underneath this video here for anything that we have missed here tonight. But this is just the 5 reviews that are out there, and once again, it's just to help the reader look for keywords and key phrases and things like this when you look at things like this from a different set of eyes, being awake, being open to the truth. Some of these things I think seem to jump out at us when you start looking at it from that mindset. What other things have you gotten, Greg, on these 5 reviews? Anything else from a top level that you've seen on these reviews that you want to mention?
Well, I think we covered it. We basically covered it all. It's to connect the alt-right with Alex Jones somehow, and then with Donald Trump, and then with David Crowley. And in this last one by Chris Barsanti, it goes into the soldiers, how David, it focuses on the fact that David Crowley was a soldier. It talks about Black Hawk Down. It talks about PTSD. It really has a lot of code words in there that kind of make you feel sorry for this guy, and it's trying to tell you a story. And I think a lot of the problem that I see now, and a lot of the problem with a lot of the kids that are growing up now in this social media age, is that they want a quick answer, they want a quick fix, they want it solved. They think that they know everything. They think that, they can look at a couple of these posts and figure out what really happened. I think these guys that are writing these things, these 5 pieces, these 5 people that wrote these 5 pieces, they're going to move on to other things. They're going to move on to other topics. They don't care about this case. This is just another piece that they're writing. That's all it is. And that's what I truly think based on the way that they've written these things. They haven't written them with depth. They haven't written them with heart. And most importantly, they haven't written them with truth. And I think that's what's going to stand the test of time, is what those real facts are. And unfortunately, I think 5-10 years from now, people are still going to be asking a lot of questions about this case. It's sad.
The other thing I'd like to add that I just thought about now, Greg, is for the listeners out there that haven't read the article in the New Yorker magazine written by Alec Wilkinson that came out, I believe, in March of 2017, is to get a full flavor of these reviews. Read that entire article and then read these 5 reviews. And when you put those things together, these phrases and keywords and things jump right out at you as all being done, I believe, in concert with each other to send a message, to tell a story, like you said, to leave the reader with, I've got the answers now, everything's done, it's all solved, it's a true life story, it's complete, and now I've got my answers, I can move on and move on with my life now, because this has evidently been a case closed. So, and what we're here to say for Greg and I, if I can speak for you, Greg, is that this case is not closed officially. We don't know the answers. We don't have the truth. The people who have seen the movie, it does sound like there's just a lot of video footage and some interviews that were done, but it doesn't really solve anything regarding this case, is what I think. It doesn't solve, it doesn't answer anything. It's just a documentary filled with some video footage and home movies and interviews with the family. But I don't think it brings closure to anything, but I have not seen it, and neither have you, so I can't put the disclaimer on it officially.
Right, but I can guarantee that after we do get to see it, I'm sure we'll have a lot more to really say on this topic. I'm curious about the family and the friends who have seen this. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Does this answer everything? Does this give you closure? I spoke with one friend of the Crowley family, and I asked him if it gave him closure, and he said that he already had closure. It was like, well, then why are you making this movie then? Why are you being a part of this film? What is the whole purpose?
Correct.
Is that the whole purpose of this movie? So that way, then maybe they can actually get this Gray State movie where somebody will purchase it and where they can make it a $30 million Hollywood film. Is that the real goal here?
Correct.
Or is it truth? Because if it's truth, then I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing that.
Gotcha. All right. Any final words to wrap up, Greg? And I'll just want to remind the viewers of this to please leave your comments below if there's anything that we missed or anything we overlooked. Hopefully, you'll leave some comments down there below. Any last comments, Greg?
No, I think that's it.
All right. Thanks for listening in. Today is July 11th, 2017. For Greg Fernandez Jr., this is Dan Hennon. Welcome, everyone. My name is Dan Hennon. I'm joined with Greg Fernandez Jr. today. We also have a special guest, Ann, joining us. Her name is Ann, The three of us will go over some of the response on the movie A Gray State. This is a documentary directed by Eric Nelson that'll be that is finishing its rounds on the film festival circuit. And Greg and I have not seen it. We were both in it, and then Ann did end up. She's from the Minneapolis, Twin Cities, Minneapolis-St. Paul area. She did attend the screening and she jotted down some notes, and she'll be joining us today. Greg, how are you doing tonight?
Hey, I'm doing great.
Good. And welcome, Ann. Are you with us?
I am.
Oh, very good, very good. And so I think that we haven't had a discussion on this yet, but the just for the listeners out there, David Crowley spent a bunch of time making the movie The Gray, I think it's called The Gray State, and then there was a documentary that he and his team made called The Gray State: The Rise, and now this is a documentary after the deaths of the family, directed by Eric Nelson. It's called A Gray State. Now this is an actual, just a documentary, 93 minutes, and it'll be premiering here. It'll be coming out, I guess, in the theaters in November. But so far it has been in several film festivals, the Tribeca Film Festival, Melbourne, Nantucket, Greenwich International Film Festival, the St. Louis Film Fest, Milwaukee Film Festival, the Walker Art Center, which was a free screening that included a Q&A afterwards. And that is what Ann attended here last month in September in Minneapolis. And then I think a couple weeks ago was the Downtown Film Festival of LA. This coming weekend is the Hot Springs Documentary Film Festival in Arkansas. And then also in October is the Twin Cities Film Fest. And then this film will be coming out as a theatrical release in November. And well, it'll go from there. So, and I see you took some notes and you attended this. Can you give us a kind of some overview of some of your notes here, and we'll kind of chime in, Greg, if you can think of anything as we go. What was your kind of your feel and the ambiance and the demographic when you went in to go to that free screening? Ann?
You had some people who are fans of the Walker Art Center and attend the film. You had people from the community who were just interested. And then you had a mix of students and Gray State fans. The film series that they were presenting that included a Gray State documentary was to show films with the pressing issues of our times and the urgent issues that are presented by documentary filmmakers. So they showed the film screening first, and then afterwards was the Q&A. And I was taking notes throughout the film, so I pretty much accurately captured what happened in the movie as it happened. One of the interesting aspects of the movie was the amount of laughter in the audience when they were reacting to the film. Eric Nelson admitted during Q&A that the audience laughed more during the screening in Minneapolis than any other time when the film was shown. Now, I don't think the audience was laughing at the death of the Crowley family or trying to be insensitive. I think they were, basically I think the film was at some points that Eric was trying to make it seem intense or trying to make David look psycho, and they were just enjoying his sense of humor, or maybe they were laughing at the film itself, but I don't think...
Excuse me, Ann, and this is Dan. I was just sorry to interrupt there, but did you say laughing?
They were laughing throughout the film quite a lot, actually, and I don't think they were laughing at the death of the Crowley family. I think they were laughing at the way Eric put the film together. There was one example I can give you. There was a home movie footage that David captured, and Ronnie was sitting on a chair outside on the deck, and she had a wooden stick in her hand, and Paleo was at the other end of the deck pulling on it. And you can kind of hear David saying off the cuff, you know, somebody may lose an eye over this, and I maybe have the unfortunate thing is I may be the one to clean it up. And it was interesting because the audience laughed. You know, thought, I guess, David was making some kind of humorous joke. But Eric Nelson's response was to say, I can't believe the audience was laughing. This footage was where I was convinced David was a sadist. He was basically trying to tell us that David would have really let his daughter lose an eye or her play get out of control. But that's not how the audience perceived the event at all. And a Gray State, basically, it starts out with people close to Kamau and David, some of their friends, their family, a commander he worked with in the service, describing what they knew of the family from the time David was probably a late teenager towards the end. And it was a kind of a pieced together narrative showing how David had violent fantasies his whole life and went psychotic basically and murdered his family. It also portrayed, and it didn't say directly, but it insinuated that David had abused his daughter Ronnie, and it insinuated also that when he involved children in the filming of Gray State, that was wrong, and he was subjecting these children to violence. And it was kind of insinuating that this is the kind of person he was. He cared more about himself than other people around him. And it also portrayed David as being controlling and abusive towards Kamau. But interesting enough, there really hasn't been any direct evidence that he was abusive. There are, events that family and friends maybe couldn't explain or didn't understand. But the way the film was put together, it didn't give you any answers either. The other thing that was interesting about A Gray State was that it did not mention at all the rise, and it did not mention any of the forensic evidence or police investigative reporting. It just relied on emotion to carry the story, and I didn't find it credible at all. I felt there was a lot of places where the film either contradicted itself or didn't tell the whole story. The biggest area I felt was questionable was Eric Nelson wants you to believe David is psychotic. His psychosis and violent fantasies are what led David to create Gray State. It doesn't mention that Gray State was very thoroughly researched, and David's research included current events. David Crowley made a video on YouTube explaining and going into detail the depths of the research he made, and the video was like 45 minutes long. He was very educated. This wasn't just a film made out of his mind. It also did not explain that David's views in Gray State and in The Rise were things that his friends had talked about a lot with him. I mean, there are other people questioning and having these very same kinds of interests as him. So it's not like he just invented this. And many of these ideas in the movie were actually fed to him and encouraged by his friends. I mean, the other part of the movie I didn't find credible at all was when it showed a clip of Dan and Greg, and it was a very, very short clip, and it was pieced together, and it said that you guys are citizen reporters, and it showed a small clip of Greg saying, "I don't give a crap about credibility," and the audience laughed at that a lot. You guys are portrayed as being conspiracy theorists, of not being open-minded or accepting to other theories, and basically the insinuation is that you guys are both nutcases. I didn't find that credible because it didn't explain or elaborate on your views and why you have your views. It just had 2-minute segment, then it skipped to the next thing. And actually in the description of A Gray State that's promoting it in the Walker, that I'm looking for now, that line from Greg was in here. I'm find it here. And it's just like, I don't believe, if he has a theory and he wants to present his evidence, that's one thing. that his movie shouldn't be based on casting other people in a false light and not including all the information. I feel like he was duping the audience. You know, why not give the audience all the information and let them decide for themselves?
When we're talking about the line, the whole, you know, I don't give a crap about my credibility, was it prefaced by anything, or was it followed up by anything?
No, it was just thrown in there, and it showed a video of Dan and then you filming in what looked like your home.
Did she drop off?
Yeah, I think so.
I was going to ask her a question. Maybe she'll. I was going to ask her a question. It sounds to me like the way she's explaining it is almost like this documentary is a biography about David Crowley, and that's not neither right or wrong, but the impression I got was that Eric Nelson was going to put this documentary together as a kind of an investigative piece to kind of close the loose ends on this investigation from a police and detective point of view, and you know, bring us into it as well. I know that the group spent.
She's actually back on, so if you want to.
I am back.
Okay, I was just going to ask Ann before you cut off is the impression I got when they were making or putting together this documentary is that Eric Nelson wanted to get a investigative look, kind of at the case, the investigation of the killings for the documentary, but instead it sounds more like a biography done on David Crowley, kind of his life and his background and kind of all these things that led him down this rabbit hole. And it doesn't really sound like the movie focuses much on the investigation, but just kind of his dwindling final days from a psychotic person or something like that. Is that what you're?
Yeah.
It's kind of a biography on David versus going into the reasons that the killings took place from an investigative or a forensic standpoint. So that's kind of odd, I guess, for myself, I guess, to understand.
Well, it was interesting too. It was, if you could call it, I don't know if you could actually call it it was biography on David. It was biography through the perspective of he's a deeply disturbed, abnormal individual. You know, I felt like the family and the friends who were talking were very honest and sincere, but I also felt they were being exploited because I don't feel that their words and their memories were actually being presented. I felt like everything was being presented to push this psychotic narrative of David.
Yeah, the other thing is, I know when the film crew was here, they spent, it was probably well over 2 hours, probably 3 hours at my home, and I think they were interviewing Greg as well for many hours. So we had lots of questions and lots of on-air time giving our thoughts and ideas and stuff. So not much of that aired, just a little small snippet of it aired on the actual documentary.
Just one line from both of you, and it was made to make you guys both look like you were conspiracy theorists and that you were insane.
What a waste. They spent a lot of money on that.
Wow, that was a lot of time. It was an entire afternoon that, they spent looking for insight and ideas and things like that. And, you know, and I spent a lot of time with talking on the investigative, on the forensic sides of things that did not add up. Certain, you know, basic things on elementary items that a base level detective should have found and should have noted that were discrepancies. And I thought they were going to kind of take the ball and run with it on that. And then, Greg, you can probably add more to this, but I remember distinctly when that comment came up about your credibility, that was in response to someone from the Gray State Project who, in fact, told you to stop talking about the case because it may wreck your credibility. And I think that's when you responded by saying, I'm not worried about my credibility. I'm more worried about getting the truth out. And but it looks like that Eric Nelson perhaps cherry-picked some of our a couple snippets of our lowest moments and kind of spin us in a bad light to discredit us as well.
Well, they did ask me a lot about Sean Wright. I mean, a lot. there was a heavy focus on him. They were looking for different quotes. I felt like they were fishing for certain quotes. And okay, so there is that quote, because I can tell you that quote was taken out of context, because if it doesn't preface the conversation I had with Sean Wright, that's where that quote came from. But then if they're doing that same thing to the family, they're probably misquoting everybody in this movie. So it's kind of hard to look at this movie as a credible movie. So.
Wow.
I actually have my brochure from the Walker where it references that line, and I can read you exactly what it says.
Yes,
It says
please.
here, although several self-identified, quote, citizen investigators attempted to prove that the family was murdered, quote, credibility means nothing to me. One of them ironically comments, the film makes its case methodically and persuasively.
Do
And
they
that's-
touch on the documentary on the widespread use of social media and how much attention this has gained on social media, how big this case is? Or do they just portray it as Greg and I are the two strange
Crazy.
oddballs?
I didn't mention anything about social media, and in fact, I felt like this film was trying to make people in social media turn against David. It had at one point a clip in there stating that David was deleting comments from Facebook. I don't know, and then it had a line basically stating from one of his friends that the people leaving comments were beasts or something like that. But if you weren't listening carefully, it could be portrayed as an attacking remark, like he didn't care about his fans. And then there's also points in the film that made it sound like David just wanted to walk away from the film and be done with it, and it was too much pressure, but that doesn't match like that final letter that he wrote in December and how he's excited to move with the project, and doesn't match how he was excited to release The Rise. I mean, there were so many contradictions and unanswered questions in this film.
Did it touch on the Alam family down in Texas, how they switched and pulled away their cell phone numbers and required David to get his own cell number and things like that, and how the media kind of spun that as to David and Kamel were pulling themselves away and secluding themselves when that was certainly not the case? And does it get into the legal aspect or the attorney that was involved from David, where he was attempting to pull out Danny August Mason from the project altogether, and then he never heard back from him? That was heavily weighing on David's mind in those last days. And a good friend of his, I think at one time he may have even referred to him as his best friend, who had turned on him, and he needed legal help to break the ties. That's pretty serious stuff in the final months of your life, and around the same time when the police should be looking for a motive, and opportunity, when I don't think that was ever even explored. Anything like that, or the mother dying months after the case, anything to that effect?
Well, Eric Nelson basically said he interviewed Cedra Alam and Mr. Alam, but that they didn't want to be part of the film, and then he also said he failed to get a signed release from them, so he couldn't use any footage he showed of them, which I, again, have a problem with.
He didn't get a signed release?
Yeah, apparently he did not get a signed release.
Well, in my case, and Greg, you could back this up if you want, before they even made efforts to come out here with the film crew, I had to have that signed release already done before they even set up the interview. So that's the very first thing that they do before they even start scheduling interviews. So I don't know if I would believe that from Eric Nelson, because they would have already had all that done for the interviews. I'm guessing that later on down the road, the Alam family says, no thanks, I no longer want to be part of this, and then retracted it later. Because there's no way they would have gone and done interviews without having that paperwork in hand. So
Release? No, my bad.
that he just forgot to get the signed release. Well, we
Yeah.
know that's not the case, because Yeah, there's no way. Greg, was that an important part for your interview as well?
I mean, they definitely wanted it, you know, but there really wasn't a whole lot to what I signed. So, so for them to say that, oh, you know, we didn't get it or whatever, the fact that the Lom family did not want to be part of this movie should also raise a lot of questions. That also adds to the lack of credibility of this film, because here you have a key people that all seem to say that David Crowley is guilty. Why would they back out of this movie? That's a huge, huge deal. Huge.
So Ann, just to confirm, they were at one point in it, and then they never made the final cut of the movie, is what you're saying. They were interviewed, right?
They were interviewed, and he also said that he had access to some of David's computers and electronic information, but he did not have access to anything from Kamal, and that her computer, he said he couldn't access the computer because of a password issue, so he only had from David's side, and then what his friends were saying.
Well, that may be correct, because from what we heard from Officer Gummert, from the lead detective, is that they also couldn't access her Microsoft Surface Pro, I think is what it was. They couldn't get in it sounds to me like the Dakota County Electronic Crimes Unit couldn't get the password to get into that machine. Is that correct, Greg?
Yes, that is definitely correct. As far as what they've said, sure.
That would make sense that Eric Nelson couldn't get into it. It's fishy that the Electronic Crimes Unit couldn't gain access to her stuff. But
yeah, I don't believe
Sidra and Anju Malam were interviewed, but then later requested to be out of the film and didn't make the final cut. There's a showing in a couple of weeks here in Minneapolis when it comes to the Twin Cities Fest. One of the days shows a version called the Director's Cut that'll also be aired. Have you heard anything, either of you two, with what's going to be in the Director's Cut? Is that going to be maybe the alarm footage that was left on the editing room floor, maybe in that version?
He didn't really elaborate what would be in the Director's Cut. If somebody had a question, he would say you just have to see the Director's Cut. I felt like he was plugging the Director's Cut, and it would just be a way to make additional money.
Yeah, I think we were told by not Eric Nelson, but the other guy, Robert Erickson, I think is his name. I was told that they had too much film, so they were cutting this down to a shorter version. So I'm not really shocked that they're bringing it out. I mean, look at all the footage that they have from us that they didn't use. They probably have a ton of footage from so many people that they didn't use. It sounds like the footage is heavily focused on the friends and the family, those closest ones to him. Is that correct, Ann? Or
yes,
wrong on that?
It was the people closest to him, and I think they're really brave for speaking out. I'm not going to say anything bad about the friends or the family, but like I said, I felt like they were being exploited to a sense, and I felt like it was hard to discern if this was really their real words and their perspective, or if it was being edited, or if information was being fed to him. I mean, there was a really memorable scene where one of Kamal's friends is talking about her memories of Kamal, and she's kind of trying to figure out, some of the more difficult memories, like why Kamal pulled out of the business. She shared that they had some difficult email conversations, but you could tell she hadn't made up her mind one way or the other. She was just kind of trying to make sense of things. And then Eric Nelson came in and told her off camera about the time when Sidra came up from Texas to see the family, and she was turned away. And as soon as the friend had heard that piece of information, she started breaking down. She was very teary. You could just see her saying, "Oh my God, why didn't she let her in the house?" And you got the sense that at that moment, I mean, from what was portrayed in the film, I don't know what she really, thinks and feels, but at that moment, it was like she was starting to buy the psychotic narrative now, And then there was the underlying pressure of the friends and family should believe this, and we, the audience, should believe this too. And, suspend all thinking, don't look deeper, just believe it.
Another thing, Ann, that has come up on the Justice pages on Facebook is that when this documentary was being, I think, finalized before it became shown publicly, is a lot of folks, including the neighbor Judy Prochnow and some of the members of the Gray State team, I think remembered using the phrases, it'll all make sense when you see the movie, that'll answer all your questions. Anything that you question about why David did this will be in the movie, and that should close all the future questions. Is that a sense when you watched that movie that it kind of brought closure to what happened and why David did this, or not?
I didn't have. I walked away feeling like we don't have the answers. It didn't answer anything to me at all.
I wonder why they would say. Why would they say that though? It sounded to me like it was a very slam dunk. Like once you see this, it'll put all of your goofy theories to rest. Once you see this, because it'll answer everything. It'll tie everything off in a nice little bow, and everything will be solved once you watch this movie. So that's not the impression you received. Instead, there was. I mean, I still don't get all the laughter in the audience.
David in the movie seemed to have kind of a quirky sense of humor, and he seemed to be original. I don't know why people are laughing. That's the only thing I can think of. I think that Eric Nelson was hoping that the bits from the electronic diary would somehow sway people to believe David was psychotic. But David was, I would like to say the movie portrayed David as almost having autism. I mean, he was portrayed as being such an unusual thinker and being so different from others that when I heard the electronic diary, it didn't sway me to believe that David did anything. I was questioning if this is just his way of speaking and his personality. Maybe he went overboard making David seem so unusual and,
Interesting. What about this electronic journal? Can you tell us anything more about how it was found or how it was discovered or where it was located and why it wasn't in the police reports and things like that? Did it mention anything like that as far as we've been hearing a lot about this electronic diary, electronic journal? It was referred to as an online diary at one point and then an online journal. And what kind of format was it and what kind of things did David put in this journal?
That was like one of the big missing pieces in the movie that made me question the movie actually is there was no information whatsoever about where it was found, how they accessed it. It was just kind of something that was read once in a while, I believe, by David's father. And to be honest, parts of the online journal reminded me of some comments that David made on his Instagram account and maybe some of his Facebook comments. It was just very hard to make sense of the journal because you weren't given any context. And not knowing where it came from, you didn't know how to judge if it was credible, had it been altered, who had access to it, You had no information about, how did they forensically evaluate this? Was it date stamped? I mean, there is just nothing. It just appears in the film and it's being read. And the other reason why the online journal to me didn't seem credible is because Eric Nelson didn't seem to understand what Gray State was or why Gray State is important to the fans and the people. It seemed like he was completely misjudging Gray State. So because he had that impression, I didn't trust his interpretation of the online journal. Nelson portrayed Gray State basically as senseless violence in a movie with a lot of killing. When you sit down and you watch the documentary, the first scenes you see are images from Gray State of Danny Mason hacking people up. And you're watching this, and it's really shocking, and you're not given any context. So you see this, and you're just like, oh, man, this is a terrible movie. No wonder this guy did this. But you don't hear that David Crowley meant Gray State as a love story and as a human interest movie. You don't hear that the trailer was made to grab attention, and the film was much deeper. And then at other points, Eric's showing only the worst things in Gray State. He's showing scenes where David has the actors sit down, and he's showing David pointing the gun in the back of people's heads and blowing them off, or the scene in the movie. At another point, he made it look like David traumatized the child actors in Gray State by making them play the scene where the kids are ripped out of bed in the middle of the night and they have to scream, help me, help me. And David's telling the children, if you say help me, where's my mommy? I'm not going to stop filming, but if you want me to stop filming, say banana. And, you know, it sounds innocent when I'm telling you about it, but when it's portrayed in this very intense, dark movie, it really made him look like he was subjecting children to trauma. And he didn't seem to understand the message of Gray State or why everyday people were attracted to it. Most people aren't attracted to Gray State to watch senseless violence. They're watching it because there's a human interest story, and it's hitting them at a personal level, and their eyes are opening to the world around them. And he completely misjudged that. It was hard for me to believe that he could even understand David at all, or that this electronic journal, he could even read that.
And I have a question. This is Dan. Do you think, from watching it, do you think that Eric Nelson himself ever sat down and watched Gray State: The Rise? It's a 2.5-hour documentary that kind of puts everything in line and sheds light on everything that David and his project and his team was doing. That's the groundwork, I think, for everything. He certainly would have watched that documentary, I would have hoped. Do you get the sense that he even took the time to even watch that?
The Rise never came up at all. So you got a situation where he either didn't watch it, which is horrible, or he watched it and he completely discarded it, which is equally as appalling. And then you have to kind of wonder, what's the story going to come out in the director's cut? The Rise was not mentioned at all. I mean, wasn't included.
Did they do any interviews from the?
Odd.
Oh,
Right?
go ahead. Go ahead, Greg.
I was just saying, that's odd that it wasn't actually mentioned. Especially, I don't know. I find that very, very odd. Why wasn't it mentioned? And are people going forward with it? And it's this documentary is definitely going to be tied to that. Are the same people that came out with the Rise, with with that movie, whoever made that after David died, are they still part of whatever is going to happen next with the whole Gray State project? But we'll get into that later. But that's very odd to me too, because it almost seems like there's two groups here forming.
And then you have to wonder too, if David is so psychotic and he's planning to release The Rise at the beginning of the year. I mean, The Rise is a very educated film, and it required a lot of thought and higher level functioning to put that film together. It's almost a college level film, very educated. If he's that psychotic, why aren't we seeing the evidence of the psychosis in The Rise? I mean, you don't flip psychosis on and off like a switch. If he's that bad off, that film should have been a hot mess.
And David came off to me as more of a perfectionist in his art, in his work, in his creativity. He was more of a perfectionist. It came off as that he was a very driven individual. Interesting. Now, did they have was there any interviews? I forgot to ask, and their daughter, Rani, went to a preschool called Cypress Montessori in nearby Burnsville, Minnesota. I'm guessing that they would have done some interviews there with little Rani's teacher or maybe the director at the school. Did any of those footage make the film?
No, the only comments from Ronnie were maybe a couple of Carmel's friends, and then Dan Jr. said a couple lines about her, but nothing from the school at all.
What was Dan Jr.'s comment? How did he relate to? What kind of comments did he make about little Rani?
there was two main things he said. He admitted that he would babysit for Ronnie, and then at one point that fell through. And he said David didn't get back to him, but he just wasn't concerned about that. And he didn't think something was wrong, which I thought was kind of weird because as a daycare provider, you know, if somebody doesn't get back to you, you immediately suspect something could possibly be wrong with a child. That's not something you usually let fall through like that. The other thing he said about Ronnie is that she had some goofy traits, and he said something to the effect of she was everything you could ever. Wait, here it is. He said she had some goofy traits, and that she would be my dream girl. And then there was a noticeable pause, and then he said, you know, as a dad, which totally creeped me out. I mean, it just did.
Now, you follow the Justice pages, correct, to some extent?
Yes.
You remember about a year ago when one of the cousins came out forward and mentioned, kind of blew the whistle on something that Dan Jr. did in the youth camp, sexually with an underage boy, and that caused the family to basically up and leave. And you know, they got problems with him going way back to youth camp at a youth camp, you know, something with youth kids and stuff. So was it awkward at all with him babysitting the daughter at all? But I do find it strange that like you said, that comment does seem to be quite awkward.
It wasn't just a comment, it was the noticeable pause. So I wrote down what he said. It says here, Ronnie was what every parent would want in a daughter. She had some goofy features. There is so much to love about her. She would be my dream girl. And it was like a noticeable pause, a couple minutes, and then said, you know, as a dad. I mean, it was the pause was what made it creepy. If he had just said it and you moved to the next subject, you know, the pause is what really drew your attention to it.
Wow, that's very strange. How about the sister? Now, Allison, was she in it at all? Allison, the David's sister, was she mentioned?
She was not mentioned in this one at all. They had some quotes from his dad, like I said, reading the electronic journal. The dad was very emotional, understandably, and didn't say too much personally. They had some quotes from Mitch Hio, Adam Shambor, Sean Wright, Dan Mason, I believe a commander that served with David in the service, and some friends of, like one friend I believe that was Kamel's friend. And then they prominently featured footage of Paleo for some reason. But like I said, the whole narrative was David was abusive and psychotic, so it was hard to determine if the friends really felt this way or what point did they believe this. I mean, there really wasn't a lot of context there. And then they had a small clip also of Judy and Colin talking about when the bodies were found, but they weren't featured very much in the movie at all other than that. In fact, the movie generally seemed to brush over when the bodies were found, the deaths, what happened, the type of injuries. None of that was really explained. It was kind of creepy, too, that Eric Nelson was basically saying David orchestrated this murder. He planned well in advance to do this, and he was picked out every detail down to the music that would be played when he would kill his family. And this was all part of his, I don't know, Gray State plot. And the creepiest thing Eric Nelson said was, strangely, David filmed so much of his life, but he didn't film the deaths of his family. I mean, it creeped me out, and it just really offended me. I just thought it was really insensitive and inappropriate.
Did others, do you think, got the same feeling? Were others in attendance watching this film offended or taken offense at some of this? or were they taking it in, just letting it soak in and watch it, or was it more of a film that if you didn't know the story, you left the theater believing that David was the bad guy?
People were invited to stay after the theater and talk amongst themselves. Nobody did. People left in large groups before the Q&A started, or they left immediately after the film. Some of the comments I heard that was, I didn't like the film, it was sad, and I think other people are just kind of trying to take in what they saw.
And was there anybody who left before the film was over?
No, not too much. It's a small, close spirit theater, so you would have pretty much known if somebody left. And I think, too, the difference is, like, this film is shown at the Walker Art Center, so you have people who are used to intellectual and cultural and artsy films, so they're searching for meaning in the film and trying to see the artist's vision than an average movie-going crowd.
That's funny. So how many people can this place fit?
I'm guessing it maybe was 150 or so people.
There are 150 people there, or 150
yeah, about 150 people there.
Okay. Was it full?
It was about full, yeah.
Okay.
A lot of young people there. I would say a lot of students predominantly.
Interesting.
And it was interesting, too, because during the Q&A, Eric introduced people that were there as part of the Gray State team. He actually asked if Dan was there, and he kind of gave pause and was looking around. But after the film was over, people from the audience didn't seek out the Gray State team or ask questions or try to talk with them or anything. People were just pretty much up and leaving.
Did he? I'm sorry, Ann, I missed that last part. Did he ask for me?
Yeah, he asked for you. He mentioned you by name, and he kind of paused and looked around the audience to see if Dan was sitting in the audience.
That's odd. But he knows I'm not part of the Gray State team, correct?
Yeah, I think that's pretty obvious because he basically said that you're narrow-minded and you're never going to look into a psychosis theory or ever accept it, and he basically portrayed you as a conspiracy theory nutcase. It was kind of like me against you kind of mentality.
What a douchebag.
It was openly hostile, I would say that.
That guy's a douchebag because he doesn't even put any of the stuff that Dan said in there. And then he's going to say something like that? Well, then back it up, buddy. That guy's a douche. Sorry.
How about the others now? Did they, was it, for people that were there, like you said, Judy and Colin were there, was there a special spot for the Gray State people to sit, or the neighbors or something to sit, or did you just know who they were, or did they wear name tags? How did you know who was who of the people there featured, I guess? Like the family, did the family sit in a certain spot?
See any family members. Judy and Colin were sitting in the audience by themselves. In the front row, there were no name tags for some of the team members. There was Red Hat. There was Sean Wright, Mitch Heil, and Mason Hendricks was the ones I noticed. And they just pretty much sat in the front row.
And they were all sitting together?
Yeah, they were sitting together. I just had this feeling that Mitch Heil was kind of sitting, he seemed kind of aloof, apart from the rest of them, but he kind of seemed to sit with them because they were all commenting during Q&A, so that would be convenient to sit next to them. But during the film screening, it just seemed like he was apart from them. And I was actually impressed by Mitch Heil because it seemed like he was still questioning and he still had some thoughts. It didn't seem like he was necessarily buying or not buying it. It seemed like he was still trying to figure out. And some of his comments, I thought Mitch Heil's comments really added a lot to the Q&A, in that his insight was really important because you weren't hearing it from any other source. So I thought it was great that he spoke up when he did. He spoke up that he felt David did not have PTSD. He described his work with David in the Bullet Exchange and basically said he showed, in all of his years in knowing him, he showed no signs of PTSD. And then when Eric tried to say again that David's psychotic, you can see it in his script. It was disorganized. It's not how you traditionally write a script. Mitch spoke up and said that's just how David writes. It's normal for him, and it was my job to interpret it. So I felt that was good. He was giving some context.
Did they try to push the PTSD angle again in this film, or was it more psychosis, or was it more like mental illness, or was it demon possession? What type of angle did you take away from it the most that they were trying to blame for all this happening?
They were trying to throw everything in the kitchen sink that you could think of and just trying to make him look like he was all unstable. I mean, every theory basically was being thrown out. And then it was important to note, too, that Eric Nelson had a friend that was a psychiatrist, and that's who he consulted on the film, was somebody he knew personally to push the psychosis narrative. So you're not getting a neutral, unbiased professional. You're basically getting a hired gun.
So he thinks that legitimately David could have had suffered from all of these things? He can't be serious.
Well, they didn't. Eric Nelson, when people had questions that he couldn't answer, he would just say stuff like, "Oh, there's just answers we're never going to know," or he would say like, "You'll just have to see the rest in my director's edition." So he didn't answer. He was very evasive.
The director's edition. This should show everything. The other cut should just add more to it, right? You shouldn't have to see that to actually try to understand anything. I don't know. Sounds weird to me.
For the military.
The whole thing was very bizarre, it sounds to me.
But it's very, I'm looking at it with a critical eye. It's a very emotional and compelling film. I mean, I could see it would be easy for somebody to get swept away by the emotion and just not think deeper or not question. I would say, too, for the military PTSD angle, they basically had, I don't know if David's commander really believes this or not. It was hard to tell what he believes, but it basically said that he fell in love with Kamel. He was unhappy about being deployed, and that the stop-loss changed him and made him bitter towards the military. And that was the narrative that was used to push that he has PTSD or he suffered some kind of breakdown at that point in his life. And that was, to me, very offensive, too, because you have a civilian portraying this. This is not somebody who's had military service, who had personally had this experience. I don't think it's fair to judge if you haven't been through that and you haven't been through that experience and the pressures and the horrors that he went through in war and going through stop loss. I felt like looking at that from an outside perspective just wasn't enough.
Wow. Well, interesting stuff. I'm glad you took some good notes on it because it's very interesting. Bizarre. I think the word would be bizarre because it's very different than I guess what I had imagined or it would be like. But wow, interesting. Well, maybe the demographic then is for the sheeple to see this, because if you're not going to watch it with an open mind, you're just going to go there and take it in as a movie. It might do well in the theaters. Who knows? Maybe the demographic, the focus here is for the American sheeple to see this.
Well, were there people like that there, or was it? I mean, what was the whole demographic like there? You said it was very young people. I would hope that the younger people would actually be willing to ask more questions about stuff like this.
Well, I think, too, if you're in a movie theater and you're being pressured that if you think outside the box, you're mentally ill. If you think outside the box, you're a conspiracy theorist. You're a violent individual. You don't fit in. There were so many of those kind of pressures. Or just having the pressure and the peer pressure and being filled with these images like, if you think outside the box, you could wind up like David Crowley. You know, it actually encourages people not to think deeper, not to question.
Did you sense I'm not sure if you're familiar with the phrase, the Hegelian dialectic, but was it more or less pushing that everything has got two answers, it's either one or something else, there's no third option, Republican, Democrat, conservative, liberal, you know, I mean, is it more like that you left the theater with this director of the movie essentially doing the mind control on the viewer? You're left there buying into this whole story. Because I've read some interviews where it says that he's throwing it all out there, Eric Nelson has said, and he really wants the audience to leave the movie and then come to their own conclusions. But it sounds like the conclusions are being really drawn, set up, served up on a silver platter by the director to what answer you should leave thinking. It's a mind control movie almost.
I felt like it was a mind control movie. I mean, there really wasn't any other conclusion to the movie than he's psychotic. And then the other conclusion was, if you think differently, then you must be part of those conspiracy theorists over there. And
wow.
It was even very negative towards the premises of Gray State. Gray State was portrayed as a very dark and violent film created by a guy with a disturbed mind. I mean, I just felt like it was even negative toward Gray State fans.
Was there, speaking of the audience, I know that the other filmings at film festivals, you know, you'll have to buy tickets and, you know, select the film you're going to go to and go and watch it. Whereas this was just a free screening, so this may have brought in just people walking down the street. It may have brought in just members at the Walker Arts Center that would just had an opportunity to see a free film. It wasn't necessarily people coming in holding banners and saying, "Here, we're here from the Gray State because we support Gray State and we're big fans. We're here to see this movie." It kind of just brought in whoever was available at the time, walking by perhaps, to come and see this movie and probably didn't know what it all that even entailed.
Yeah, it had a wide mix in that way too. But the other thing that was shown in negative light in the movie, they had footage of Alex Jones that was shown in negative light. Paul Fest shown in a negative light. They had looked like scenes where people were protesting in the streets, and it just seemed like anybody who questioned outside of the norm was viewed as a problem, was viewed as, you know, mentally ill. And I had a big problem with that, because if you don't understand the message of Gray State and why it's important, then you can't even remotely understand what David Crowley was about. It's like you're interpreting him from your own perspective and not taking the time to understand his perspective or what the people around him supported.
Wow. Very interesting. It sounds to me like a propaganda piece that they're trying to push the narrative and to the masses that all these people who are nut jobs. It sounds to me like it's a propaganda push. Wow.
And there was just so much information not included that was so important. Like you touched on, it didn't give any context to Danny August Mason signing away his actor's rights. And like you said, never getting back to the attorney, but less than 4 months after the death of David and family, now Danny is seeking copyright to Gray State. I mean, there was just so much missing from there, and you couldn't judge how credible this film is because so much was not included.
Was the attorney Adam Gislason interviewed for this documentary? That was David's attorney.
I think he was mentioned during Q&A. I don't recall seeing him on set at all. He was mentioned during Q&A when they touched on that he was negotiating David's Hollywood deal with the film. There was here it is. Okay. Here's what my note said. There is a terms of the deal with the Hollywood producers for the Gray State script, and Adam Giselson was facilitating it. He was described. Eric Nelson described him as an unsung hero, and he said that there was real money on the table, $25K on a $250 option, and they were going to take the film to other guys to push for more money to complete the film. That was all that was said about him.
So they mentioned the part about wheeling and dealing about the rights of the movie, but not in the last month of his life. David's correspondence back and forth to Adam Giselson about not hearing back from Danny August Mason to give up his rights. Was that mentioned? That was a very big part of the last weeks of David's life, was working with that attorney to get this form signed by Danny August Mason. That wasn't touched on or elaborated on?
It wasn't elaborated at all. There was a little part about Danny saying that he was asked to sign away his rights, and that wasn't something he was going to do. But that was followed up by a scene of David's dad reading the electronic diary, and it said something to the effect of, "I must destroy Danny Mason now." And his dad paused and kind of laughed a little bit, and he goes, "I think that's just David being David." But if you put the two together, ask to sign away your rights, destroy Danny now, I mean, it's very misleading.
There's another comment that was made in the I think it was in the documentary, that the father touches on, and I think he says, "I must destroy my best friend." And they said that was him making a pact to kill his wife, because Comel was his best friend, and that was how out of touch he was, because David made that quote, "I need to destroy my best friend." But that wasn't Comel. People thought it was talking about Comel, but that was Danny August Mason. I mean, he needed to destroy him. He was after him, and Danny August Mason was not going to budge. That's why he had to get legal involved. Does the father just kind of laugh that off as just a snide remark?
I don't think from what I could tell, I don't think the father really understood that context. I think he just thought that was kind of David's way of talking. The other thing that really wasn't mentioned in the film that was a huge question to me, they had the father on, but they never brought up or discussed why the father left that money at the door. They never discussed how he was supporting the family, what his relationship with David was, what his relationship with the film is. They never talked about what happened with Gray State after the family's death. I mean, there's just so many gaps.
Yeah, you're right. For the listeners out there, there was a $14,000 check written by Dan Crowley Sr. Around Christmas time to David Crowley, and we don't know why that was, just to help fund, help with money payments or not. That was, I think, at that point, the highest allowable tax deduction, I think, as a gift to a family member, was the maximum, annually is $14,000. So I think at the end of the tax year, end of the calendar year, is why he cut that check to him to get another tax break, potentially, in the form of a gift. But David never cashed it. That was sitting there on the stoops in January, along with the mail. Interesting.
I found where I had that electronic journal. It was from 9/8/2014, and I believe Dan Sr. was reading in it. And it says here, "I must destroy Danny Mason or convert to the cause, and or destroy him." And his dad said, "It sounds worse than it really is. I think David is just being creative. I think."
Wow. Well, that certainly is not the case. Those guys were at odds in October, and in November, and then December 7th was the last correspondence when David asks Danny August Mason via an email, "I still haven't heard your answer yet. What is it going to be? When are you going to get back in touch?" And that's when I think Danny August Mason says, "I need to run it by my attorney. I need to run it by my attorney first." But it sounds like in the film, Danny August Mason didn't really have to run it by anybody. His answer was no to begin with. There's no way I'm going to give up my rights.
Well, right, and they never talked about Danny's background or his history or what drew him to the film. I mean, Danny was very ambitious and had his own ideals for making a film before he even met David. I mean, he probably took this very personally, like this was his film. You know, none of that was elaborated on.
Here's another question, and I want to, the various articles and reviews I've been reading so far of the documentary. It shows one man's, collapse and fall into, and then a bunch of people thinking that the government killed him. And Greg, he can speak for himself, but I think we're kind of on the same page. That I don't think we've ever came forward to say that the government killed anybody. We just think, and I believe that there's no way that David Crowley did it. There's no evidence that shows that he did it. I don't know who did. I don't know what group of people or what faction or what three-letter alphabet agency or. But I certainly you'd be certainly bringing in Danny August Mason as a suspect along with some of these other characters in the film, in the project, as suspects to be looked at, interviewed, and then thus later on eliminated as suspects. But authorities never did that. And one of those key people that we're talking motive here is Danny August Mason. So for the father to laugh that off, to say that I think he was just joking, it wasn't much more than I think it was. I can't believe he'd be that naive to say that, but I've never met the man, so I don't know.
Well, and that's a good point too, Dan, because everybody goes through bumps in their marriage or difficult times. David wasn't a perfect person. He might have had his difficulties, but even so, the preponderance of the evidence shows that the official story is not holding weight, that there is more that happened here, and those questions have not been answered. So think what you want to about David. Those are opinions. We're talking about factual forensic evidence. We're talking about tangible things that have been recorded, and none of that was addressed in this film, and so far none of it has been directly addressed by the team.
Wow, so it sounds like it's mainly, there's not a lot of, it's a lot of, I don't want to say opinions in the movie. I mean, it's actually facts, but it sounds like it's cherry-picked video footage and clips and scenes that are cherry-picked, all shedding David Crowley in a negative light.
David Crowley is abusive and psychotic, and using emotional imagery to do so, using violence to shock the viewer, and then using the interviews from friends and families to pressure people, but you don't know if that's really what the friends and family really believe, because this film just seems to be one giant manipulation, and it's gotten so many things wrong. How are you supposed to believe this?
Did the Q&A, did that kind of show that everybody, all of those people, all the Gray State team people, that they were all kind of on the same page, that they all liked this movie?
That to me was very difficult to watch, is the Q&A. Because this family was horrifically killed. Like Mason standing there taking pictures of the audience, acting like he's the big man, and where's the emotion? Where's the tears? How can you do this? I really struggled with that. I mean, they didn't break down. They didn't. The only one that really showed emotion, I would say, was Mitch, but it was just so cavalier. Like, this was their film premiere. This was their race date, and I just really struggled with the lack of emotion and the lack of connection to David.
Did you say Mason Hendricks was taking pictures?
He was taking pictures of the audience. He was acting like, well, he's listed on the credits as a co-producer, but he was there taking pictures and acting like this was his film premiere. I mean, it was his big moment. And I really struggled with that. I mean, this is a horrific tragedy. These are supposed to be your close friends. How, I mean, there have been people who have been killed that are close to you that you can't even talk about what had happened, and this hasn't been that long. How do you move on so quickly and profit from their deaths and make this movie and then basically defame the people that have supported you? This movie is defamation of the Gray State fans. It's defamation of the Liberty Movement. It's defamation of any free-thinking American citizen. I just had a huge problem with that.
Almost like they were proud and movie star-ish, kind of a...
It looks like this was their Gray State. That's the impression I got.
Oh my God. And that is very creepy. This is not an action-packed feature film that you're proud of, and this is not the red carpet that you're going to be waving at fans and smiling and taking pictures. This is a documentary about a massacre. Did you understand that?
It looked like business as usual. I mean, I can't even compare the loss that I've experienced, for example, having a grandma pass away. When I talk about my grandma, my voice still gets wavery, my eyes tear up. You're talking about intimate, personal memories that people are confiding in you about, somebody they love and care about. A whole family was murdered and no sign of emotion. It's business as usual. We're going to promote this. I couldn't understand that on a human level. I did understand the lack of emotion.
Wow. All right. Anything else? Anything else? Any other questions, Greg?
No, I think we covered a lot. Is there anything else that people should know before they go and see this movie?
I would just say, if you see this movie, go in with an open mind and be willing to think and question for yourself and look deeper for the answers. Just because this is on a film and it's put together in a very glitzy way doesn't make any of it true or accurate. So don't be afraid to look deeper and seek out the story and look for the answers yourself.
Very well put. All right, well, Ann, thank you for your input. I've got nothing else really to share, I guess, other than kind of a sick pit in my stomach, but oh well. All right, anything else, Greg?
Nope, I think that's it.
All right. All right, so for the viewers out there, please listen to this. Comment on the bottom when we post this on the web. Feel free to comment below with questions and anything that we may have missed.